Right. Looks like we're up on both channels. Hey, and I actually started it in the right YouTube stream. Fantastical. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It is that friggin' time. Time for us to get started. So the first thing I'd like to do today is we're going to go take a look at the Once Human Discord. Let's see if they've put out any information that I might care about. It doesn't look like it. That's unfortunate. Let's go look at the Twitter post page. Bug fixes. Rats. Posted a new tweet. What is some of this stuff? Oh, this is from like way back in the 30th. I haven't looked at this page on the Twitter in a while, or on the Discord in a while. Let's find some more recent stuff. See if there's anything interesting. In last week's Once Human Wikipedia, we delved into the story of something or other. Okay, well, there just doesn't really seem to be anything terribly interesting going on there. So today, what we're going to be doing is trying to get a build together we can use to beat all of the bosses. And I think probably it's going to be a fast gunner build. Why is my collection level? Oh, okay, just collection level +1. Got it. I thought it was saying collection level 1. I thought my collection level had gotten reset. And I was about to lose my father-mucking mind. Yeah, so what we're looking at here is I want to go ahead and look at setting up this fast gunner build. 40% chance to trigger fast gunner when hitting an enemy. Whenever fast gunner stacks, reach a multiple of 5, gain unlimited ammo for 0.5 seconds. Hitting the same target consecutively grants weapon damage +2. With each hit up to 60%, stacks are halved when the target is changed. When the remaining bullets is more than 50% of the magazine capacity, attack +10. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna craft this. I've tried a couple of different things so far. I tried the Fortress Warfare Shoddy. I really just didn't like it. I think that this weapon is maybe going to be a little better. We just need to change the mod on it. This is the only fast gunner mod I have. Okay. Triggering fast gunner weapon damage plus 1.5% up to 10 seconds. Stacks up to 20 stacks. It's actually probably a really good one for this one. This is already an 11? 12. 10, 11. Yeah, so this is already a 12 here. So this is as high as this gets. We've got when in fast gunner state weapon damage bonus, damage to elites, damage to normals. I would have preferred to see some other types of damages. But let's go ahead and equip that one. And then let's go ahead and upgrade this one. I have the stuff for it, so we might as well. Damage against normal enemies. What I really want is that fast gunner damage to go up to legendary. Wow. Talk about getting hosed. That is freaking awful. But that's a pretty decent one to start on there. So let's just go take this gun out. And let's kill some stuff. And let's just see kind of where we're at. Because I'm just looking for a little something to get myself going on some solo mod farming on this character that's going to be my first permanent server. And I can already do nightmares here. I have quite a bit more resources and stuff already established here. Um, and all of my other characters are just kind of the playing the sniper rifles right now. And I don't really think that a sniper rifle is a great weapon for clearing a lot of the bosses. At least not the snipers that I'm using. Right, the Fortress Warfare sniper, not really a great boss sniper. The Gulped Lure is great for some of the bosses, but any boss that has um, a resistance to elemental, the Gulped Lure is just going to fall way short on. So I'm looking to find something that doesn't, have to do with bouncing, that doesn't have to do with. I actually guessed that probably I should be considering the bullseye shotgun, or the bullseye sniper. That would probably have gone over the best. Let's get in here. Let's get some accessories going on. Let's see, I want stability and accuracy, but stability is more important to me. Hmm. This is the one I actually want. Eye balloon in Northeast Red Sand. Alright, for now we're going to hit this one. A little less accuracy with some good stability. Optics. Our big deal here is stability. Probably this one's going to be the one we want. Tactical, accuracy, aiming, speed, mag, force. Alright. That becomes much easier to control. Cool. The reload speed on this is actually not absolute trash either. Get off me. Alright, once you get down to the lower half of that magazine, you actually end up doing quite a bit less damage. So that is something to look out for. Man. Okay. So if you're hitting really well, this gun feels like it does do a pretty significant amount. It looks like, okay, when you reload, you do straight up run out of ammo there. So a big deal that we need to look at here is trying to extend the life of our magazine as much as possible, which I believe there are some mods that we can use. So let's go into our mods here. And let's look for after reloading crit rate. So this probably isn't the one we want actually. We probably want something more like this that says fire rate plus 10% for the first 50% of the mag, weapon damage plus 30% for the next 50%. Cannot deal weak spot damage, crit rate plus 10%, crit damage plus 10% or 30%. So I actually kind of like this one. Because even if I hit him in the weak spot, I'll get this bonus here. So let's see, we've got crit damage, mag capacity, damage against great ones, damage against elites. Lower your HP. I don't care about the lower your HP ones. When reloading with an empty mag, not really for this. After switching weapons, not really for this. Mental damage, not for this. Range down, fire rate, status damage up. This. And hitting a weak spot grants weak spot damage. Okay, so I'll probably do cannot deal weak spot. Then we've got crit, great ones, elite, some mag capacity, not bad. Mag capacity, elite, normal, no. Okay, so we're gonna probably do this one, and then we're gonna spend some points here. If I can get this, yeah, there we go, there we go. Give me, yeah, that great old one damage. Okay, okay, I can get behind that. I can definitely get behind that. Then let's look over here. Oh, I forgot that I had Fortress Warfare on here. We definitely don't want that. We're gonna be looking at Blitzkrieg, fast gunner stacks plus 5, and additional fire rate plus 1% for each stack. Heck yeah. Crit damage, status damage reduction, normal enemies, elite enemies, crit damage, reload speed bonus, normal enemies, elite enemies. So status damage does nothing for us. At the very least, the reload speed bonus does a little something for us here. The problem is we've got crit damage is the high stat here. Crit damage is the low stat here. So we're going to do this one for right this second. We're going to up it a couple of times. A reload speed bonus if I don't start hitting some of this crit damage. Yeah, so there's no point going any further with that one. Yo, what's up, Blighted? Damage against elites, damage against elites. Give me that crit. Give me that crit. You suck. But that one's still going to end up being better. I'm doing fantastic. We're just trying to scratch a build together here. Scrape a build together, not scrap a build together. God, I hate all of these. In this game called Albion. Do you mean Albion Online? Game we talked about all day yesterday? I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Okay, I think we're going to... Yeah, I didn't figure you would. Spear and torch. Start with spear and torch. Alright, guess we're going to leave that one on there. I forgot. One piece. Killing enemies within 10 meters grants melee weapon status damage. I don't really like weapon and status damage. Stamina loss grants an additional 10% boost or damage boost. Okay, maybe we can stick with this one. This one's crit damage, reload speed, damage against elites. Okay. Taking no damage within 4 seconds, so I'm definitely going to take damage. Oops, that one's elemental. Let's want the crit. Let's just see if I can get that crit maxed out. There we go. Holy crap, this game hates me. There's going to be a new set of weapons soon, like a new set of crystal weapons. So I'm pretty happy with the LMG just in general. I think shooting an LMG is fun and feels good. I don't know how this build's gonna go so far. I also want to get some auto reload action going. I don't remember if it's mods or if it's an armor set or what the deal is with that. I don't think it's a gear set. We definitely want to go with the Lone Wolf. I definitely think that the crit is what we're looking for. Don't want weak spot. Yeah, we're getting mag capacity in there as well. Definitely don't want elemental. Don't really care about the treacherous. Don't really care about the blackstone. Steel is not what we're going to be using. Stormweaver could be useful, maybe. Oh, and then I've got to look at... So right now I'm using the gloves for Fortress Warfare. Or is it boots that do Fortress Warfare? It's the boots that do Fortress Warfare. So I need to find the fast gunner. Equipment piece. Why am I not doing that? Stupid. Okay, so let's see if we can find a decent fast gunner key item. Shrapnel, shrapnel, shrapnel. Search. Fast gunner, alright. When triggering fast gunner, there's a 70% chance to automatically reload one bullet, with reloaded bullets gaining 20% attack. Fast gunner max stack plus 10, attack plus 1% per stack. I actually think this Dusk Mask might be the one. Let's go to the weapons. Let's remind ourselves, how is the trigger for the fast gunner? 40% chance. So almost every other bullet we'd be reloading. So we'd get an extra 50% here. 7-Up. What's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. This mask only good for the shotgun. Why do you say that? Predator, you go with the plus 10 stacks. So the reason I think that the dust mask would be good here is because I want to keep above my 50%, right? Because the Predator gets bonuses. A bonus 40% attack speed when the magazine is above 50%, right? Which seems really important to me. So if I could find a way to infinitely have more than 50% ammo, then that would be awesome. Because plus 10 stacks and 1% damage per stack is not more than 40%, right? Because normally Fast Gunner has how many stacks? Doesn't even say. Okay. But I don't think it can stack up to 40 times. But that does mean having to find a way to reload. And I know there's some more stuff out there that helps automatically reload stuff. I feel like it's a mod. But maybe I'm losing my freaking mind. Bullet siphon. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Weapon damage plus 5% every 5 bullets consumed in the magazine. Grants plus 4% weapon damage. Capped at 20%, so a total of 25% weapon damage there. Hmm. Could use bingo plus tactical shoes. Okay, let's go look at some tactical shoes. Hitting marked target, gain 40% reload, chance, 1 bullet on the shoe. Okay. Well, we'll try the mask and see how it feels. And if I don't like the mask, then I'll just get the other mask. Use it. That's interesting. When triggering Fast Gunner reload speed plus 25%, up to 10 stacks. Effect is removed after reloading or switching weapons. So you get 250% reload speed. That's actually kind of clutch too. Okay, so we'll try some of these. We'll just see which one I like the most. Equip, motherfucker. Oh. Right. Stupid boots on. Let's change these. Don't need the lone wolf shoes, actually. So we'll have to be switching to a different shoe, probably Bastille. I just like extra damage from the Bastille. This is going to be the best thing um, about permanent servers is having a character on these servers that's just going to have access to so much of our equipment and stuff that I'm not going to feel nearly as bothered by trying to try out a bunch of different builds and make a bunch of different gear and stuff like that. It was always kind of bothersome before to try and make new builds and stuff. I would kind of decide on something at the beginning of the season and then just kind of stick with it for the entire season because I didn't want to go, farm up the Stardust Source or whatever to try and calibrate a new weapon. But now that we're just getting to stay at level 50, I feel like that's going to be a really nice little perk bonus. Goodness, the weapon starts firing so fast. So much fun. I didn't realize that they had capped the reload speed 7-Up. Did not realize. That's too bad, because that's so much fun. Let's see how quickly we can take out this dude. And the Doombringer got nerfed from 0.5 to 1.5, if I recall correctly. Okay. I never really played the Doombringer back when it was super popular or even really interacted with it. I was playing PvP for the first season. Goodness gracious. This makes me be able to stick in that top 50% for a while. I really kind of like this dust mask. I actually think it's going to be pretty solid. It might not be as good for bossing, because I will end up being in that lower 50% for a while. But being in that lower 50% also means faster attack speed by a pretty significant amount. So oh no. I don't know why this thing's just standing here, but I guess it's a nice little punching bag to take a look at my damage. I guess that's the other thing I could do is instead of coming out here, trying to gauge damage by hitting enemies. Could go try and set up a dummy and do my damage based on that. Let's go try that. I always forget about the dummies. This is the first time I'm ever really trying to optimize a build because the nightmare silos are just so much harder than the pro mode silos that I'm really needing to get a good build going on. So this is really the first time that's ever happened. So I'm not really used to the steps of getting a build going in this game, or trying to like really optimize one. I quit after first release of Winter, then came back now. That seeing they removed bulk use for consumable. Yeah, I'm so sad that they removed bulk use because it might have been terrible for PvP, but it was so nice to be able to eat all my foods, to totally fill up my food bar at once without having to do a bunch. But let's just see what my DPS is by fire. Oh, don't even have a whole magazine. Okay. Gotta get some more bullets. See? Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, there was some sort of food stacking or something like that that you were able to do. Let's use tungsten. Tungsten LMG ammo. Oh yeah, let's make all 10 of them. Let's make 1800. But yeah, I'm really sad that I'm not able to just fill up my food and water from zero just by control using. It's very bothersome. Boom, boom, you just exploded. You what now? This new quick swap weapon ammo type, though, super good. Alright, so let's just empty a whole mag into this dude. Alright, 14k DPS. That's respectable for an uncalibrated weapon. That is respectable for an uncalibrated weapon. So we also need to get LMG calibration. So let's take a look at what of possibilities we've got here. That's a rifle. Do I even have any LMG calibrations on me? Heavy assault rifle, energy rifle, machine gun, stability when squatting down. No. Rapid shot, fire rate, accuracy, fire rate plus 10% after continuous fire for 10 seconds. Double crit rate. Okay, I can get behind that right there. Now, I don't know if crit rate or crit damage is gonna be best. I'm on my weapon here. What is... I want to extend this out. I want to see the rest of my stats here with this weapon. Because you can do details here, but then when I go in here, there's no details. We have 23% crit rate with 126% crit damage. So if we increase this by, it looks like about 15% with that calibration. Is that better? Yeah, it's probably better to do crit rate. When you're lower on crit rate, every bit that you put in, I think, accounts for a lot more. So, like, if I was already above 50% crit rate, it would be better just to get crit damage. But I think if you're below a certain threshold, then it's better to get crit rate, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody correct me if you think I'm wrong. What I do is... And I definitely think rapid style. I mean, we're already using fast gunner. The whole point is already just to put a lot of bullets down range, right? Let's try... Swap it into that. Let's go get some tungsten. I don't think I have any extra tungsten. All right, we'll go get some extra tungsten. Still prefer having above 50% crit rate, 100% if possible. I mean, it definitely makes things more predictable, right? If you have 90% crit rate, then you'll just know what every bullet's damage is going to be, and you'll know what your magazine damage is going to be. If you're rocking 50% crit rate, then there's potential for a pretty wide variance in your, highest and lowest possible DPS. So for sure, I mean, if you just want to know, like, it's going to take X bullets to kill this enemy, then crit rate is way more positive for that. But I think crit rate has diminishing returns after 50%. I'm not super great at math, but I feel like, I mean, I've been playing MMORPG games my entire life. I feel like that's a thing that I've known. Somebody else did the math. Yeah, because a good sample for 50% is about 10,000 result. One 100 bullets with 50% can still crit 30 to 70. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it could even be crazier than that. Technically, you could get all crits or zero crits. Of 90%, you significantly mitigate that possibility. And if you have 100%, then you completely negate that possibility. There aren't very many games that allow you to get to 100% crit rate, though. And if you can get to 100% crit rate, usually it's at a huge detriment to overall damage output. Only Bomber have 100% crit rate, if I recall correctly. 85% max and the 25% crit rate on unstable. I mean, Gulped Lore does automatic 100% crit rate on its bomber shots. Every single one. 100%. Only the bomber itself has 100%, but still 80. Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to worry about getting crit rate on the Gulped Lore. Against the, yeah, unstable bomber is guaranteed to deal crit damage with every 1% weak spot damage, unstable bomber damage plus 1%. This gun is stupid. This gun is stupid because it benefits from every single type of damage. Right? It gets bonus damage from weak spot damage. It gets bonus damage from elemental damage. It gets bonus damage from crit damage. It gets bonus damage from status damage. It gets bonus damage. I guess the only one that really doesn't help is weapon damage because that only really helps the base shot. But like every type of damage can make this gun do more damage. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. And I think that it should be like the gun that we tell new players to max out first. Because it benefits from everything, so it doesn't matter what mods you get, right? So it would seriously mitigate people's need to refarm bosses and stuff like that to get mods. Such a forgiving weapon. Alright, so we'll get some tungsten. How much Stardust Source do I have? Pretty sure some of it's in one of these containers over here. Don't ask me which one. These things are not organized in any way, shape, or form. Do I just not have any Stardust? Where's my Stardust Source? Surely I have some Stardust Source. What is this insanity? Hey, what's up, Dulex? How are you today? How goes life, the universe, and everything? Good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, well, apparently I'm all out of Stardust Source. We're not even gonna try. We're not even gonna talk about that. Not even gonna talk about that. I've given my opinion on that. Go to Workbench and check the crafting menu. Yeah, that's I was trying to get far enough on this calibration that I would see it. Holy crap, I do have 0 Stardust Source. I am such a piece of garbage. That's alright though. Let's go do some easier versions of bosses. I will do, well, maybe we can do some pro mode bosses. Let's try a pro mode boss. Hear people spoke. What boss do I want to do? Boss will be quick and easy. Oh, here we go. This one gives Fast Gunner. Just do this one. Seems like a good idea. See if I'm able to do this. Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that the Ravenous Hunter might be an easy one for this gun too, but if I can get Fast Gunner blueprints out of here, then this is the one I should probably be doing. Or not blueprints, mods. Yeah, my plan, Dullex, is I'm just going to bury my head in the sand and not worry about it at this point. Just gonna go about my day. Such a creepy hallway. Oh my goodness. Oh, right, I forgot about these little guys. Hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be able to do this on Pro Solo. Definitely not. Ain't even no point. Ain't even no point. I am so bad at dodging that little suck-in web that there's just no way. I can't do it on Pro mode, and there's no point in doing specifically that one. Because um I don't want the lower tier. It can be done alone, absolutely. Obviously, I can't do it alone. But we all know I'm booty cheeks at this game, so I don't think it's surprising at all that I can't do something solo that other people can. That was fun. Oh, now I only have 1,000 bullets. I probably should have considered picking up some more ammo. I think I have quite a bit more ammo at the base. Let's see. I also don't know how much more um, Stardust source you get from the higher tier bosses, it might be just generally stupid to be going after the bosses at all. Oh, right, gotta hit his stupid gun first. I forget. Oof. This is a rough one, too. So it might end up being easier to just go in. Why do I like to play alone? Because I'm a loner. Just who I am, man. I'm a hermit. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Let's try doing it just on the easier version. And just see how much I get. I don't like playing with other people usually, Dullex, because like right now, if I'm not able to do it by myself, then I would feel like I was holding the rest of the team down. And like they would have to be picking up my slack, and I don't like the feeling of feeling like a burden. So I don't want to play with other people because I don't want to be getting in their way, you know what I mean? And I also don't like to feel like other people are a burden on me. So if I'm the one who's stronger, then, I feel like I'm picking up the slack and it's frustrating. And so I'm just a crazy person. So it's better if I just play by myself. My machine gun is better than your machine gun. Get dookied on. Yeah, I just want to check real quick, 7 Up, and see what the numbers are. Because I don't know off the top of my head. I guess I could look it up on a wiki or something, but... Why is this being so laggy? Let's see. 12 Stardust Source. Okay. That is totally unacceptable. Yeah, let's try running one of the silos. Maybe the silos will give more. Or maybe I should go run some freaking... Yeah, honestly, this is what I should be doing. Let's do the oil field. Duh, hermit. Duh. That is obviously the fucking answer. Thought I made more ammo. Oh no. Ran out of. Never mind. Tungsten LMG ammo. Yes, please. Gimme. Give me. I think I need 60 here. I do. Well, let's see about breaking down some of these. If I break, oh, here we go. So if I break down my Kumawink, I can get 1800 out of it. Yeah, that might be worth it to me. Let's do that. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. I definitely need so much more ammunition. There we go. For me, I like to play online games because I can play with someone and survive together. I totally get that, and I do absolutely think that playing with other people is a lot of fun. I like to play online games because I like for there to be other people around. I have an extreme sense of responsibility when it comes to the people around me. And so if there's anything about my interaction with another person that makes me feel responsible in any way for their fun or their well-being or anything like that, it causes me a severe amount of anxiety because I never feel like I'm doing enough. I never feel like I'm doing good enough. I never feel like I'm helping enough. I never feel like, um, like my presence is enough of a positive influence on that person's experience. And it's a huge part of why it took me so long to start streaming is, I just have that self-doubt about just never feeling like I'm going to be able to provide the level of entertainment that I should be providing, creating content. So I get it. Playing together, super fun. I also enjoy, playing my games with other people, but I can't just ignore what my brain is telling me, you know? It's very loud. Makes me very frustrated sometimes. And then I lash out because that's what frustrated people do. And yeah, so it's just had a very negative impact on a lot of my gaming relationships in my life. So I find it better just to go it alone, often as possible. Because I'm a crazy person. This is actually turning out to be a pretty decent build. Pretty quickly. Get this calibration the rest of the way up, and you've never seen me crash out? Oh, I've definitely crashed out on stream before, Blighted. For sure, for sure. When I was playing Albion Online and stuff, it happened a little more frequently than it does with this game. But there have been some times playing Albion and Ark where I got a little crash outy. It happens. It happens. Let's see. What world am I in? World 3? Albion crash out is reasonable. Not wrong about that. All right, I think I can do this on my own. Let's find out. Yeah, I ended up starting to have a pretty bad time with Albion while I was playing it. It started to really get on my nerves. I might have been wrong about whether or not I could take this on my own. Albion were the golden hermit days? Ugh, I feel like Albion was a shit show. The problem that I have with Albion politics is they're not politics. Because you can't have um, legitimate politics in a video game where there are no real consequences to bad political actions. I think calling Albion a political game is kind of a joke. Does this game have something like a clan? Yeah, you can make a hive in this game, which is like 12 or 16 people who all get together. You can't have like a huge guild in this game. Sometimes in some of the scenarios, you can create what's called a war band, which is like an alliance, a couple of hives coming together to create like a larger hive, basically. I honestly can't believe it looks like we're actually going to clear this. Failed to defend. Oh, this freaking thing must have gotten it. Gosh darn it. Well, that sucks. I guess probably doing it during the Lunar Oracle time wasn't really the best idea. But still. Was I able to have got... Oh no, I think I was able to get some rewards. And I didn't get them because I'm an idiot. Whoops. So many bullets. Oh, that's actually kind of fun. That's actually a lot of fun. Need to go repair this thing. So that's going to be a problem. I'm going to need to create the repair things if I'm going to use this gun in the nightmare silos, because I honestly think that I'll have to repair it on some of the bosses because they just have so many hit points. They're huge hit sponges. So I need to go ahead and put an artisan's hand. Name all of these. We'll take you out. Confirm. I think I have an artisan's touch. Let's see, 4554. Dang, I've got some good artisan's touches. Booyah. All right. Hermit's on the come up, y'all. You don't even know. On the freaking come up. And I didn't get squat just now, so no repairing or no calibrating for me. Another 9% crit is going to be so much damage. Oh my god. Calibrations are so important. So I'm liking the mask that I'm using right now, but I think that 7-Up might have been accurate in saying that it's better to use the other mask because the attack speed that you get in the second half of the magazine is kind of fucking insane. I might, because you can already get to 10 stacks, so now I can get to 20. So I'm still gaining um, Still gaining half of the damage that I gain from being at full, but I gain it for the entire magazine. So I feel like that's probably going to end up being better. Overall, I think you were right, 7 Up. I hate to admit it. I think you were right. Are there any other fast gunner mask BPs? It's weird to me that there's only 2. Oh no, there is 3. Okay, so more reload speed. That's another one that honestly could be good for this weapon. If there wasn't some weird cap. We'll see. See what's up. Guess I need to get back out there. Trigger some more of these in case some people come. I remember you can get up to 25 stack max, but I don't remember right now. Okay. I love that I can just switch weapons while I'm out, or switch vehicles while I'm out here. So if I forget, to repair one of my vehicles, I've got a backup. It's very
Wyatt says,
very hermit-proof.
I don't come from the land with the ice and snow. Hammer of a god. Sees the horde sing and cry.
Why did anybody ever tell you that you're a fucking crazy person? I come from the land down under. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That actually feels pretty good. That actually feels really good. I am gonna burn so much ammo. This is gonna go but wild. Ah! Ah! Get away! Alright. Hey, these are just instantly coming over this way. I doing even worse this time? How is that even possible? Stupid little spider shits. Oh, we got two bosses out here already. I am definitely doing way worse this time than I did last. What is going on? On the bright side, when I fail, at least I still get 120 source. This build definitely has some pretty significant potential. Fairly happy with how it's performing, given that it's not really in a perfect state yet. And I'm really excited to go try the dummy out again once I get this fully calibrated. I think it'll probably be sitting at about 25 to 30k DPS. And that's, without all my armors calibrated and all that stuff. And that's with, this is just a 1-star gun. So there's pretty significant room for improvement. I think if you're not going to be using things like the bingo to make sure you're getting weak spot hits and the Fortress Warfare axe and stuff like that, if you're not using foods, I think if you can manage to get somewhere between 30 and 50k is sort of a baseline for your build without any of your buffs and stuff like that that you can ultimately get, I think that's a pretty solid thing to shoot for. So my 14k with my uncalibrated weapon was pretty solid. And as we start moving up, we'll be getting better mods and stuff like that. Now, once you have maxed out mods, just perfect everything going on, then you might really want to be pushing for maybe the 50 to 60k mark without any of your buffs. But I think somewhere between 30 and 50 unbuffed is a good start point for your build with a calibrated weapon, at least decent mods going on and stuff. I kind of want to wait and see if anybody else is maybe going to be coming. Because I really can't do this by myself, and I don't want to keep wasting my things on just half. I guess the other option, honestly, is I probably have an ass ton of Stardust Source. Yeah, I mean, I've got almost 6K Stardust Source in here. I could pull a couple of K, depending on how expensive it is. Let's just do 2,000. What is that? Oh, that's pretty expensive. Okay. Oh no, that's only 6,000 points. Not nearly as bad as I thought. Yeah, 3 points apiece. So I could pull 2,000 out of there. I wonder what's going to happen with this. So when we go into the permanent servers, I wonder if they're going to allow us to just pull any resources we want out of Eternal Land. That would be a cool little change. Game's kind of dead, not gonna. Some of the servers are a little dead. So on the 23rd, 7-Up, we're getting the mobile crossplay is dropping. And I think as soon as mobile comes out for this game, the game's going to explode. Because the game is so casual friendly and so session based. You know, you've got bosses and stuff. You got bosses and stuff and silos and stuff that only take, you know, X amount of minutes. And getting into the game and getting into those fights is fairly simple. So I think that a lot of players, especially with these permanent servers, so you can keep, you know, your max level 50 or whatever, and just maybe throughout your day while you're going through and doing work or whatever. Then, you know, you can just jump in, farm a couple of mods or something, and just carry on with it. And so I think mobile is going to be really important. I think permanent servers are kind of important. I didn't think that permanent servers were really going to be important. But I think that they really kind of are. I think the format that they've got going on for the permanent servers is going to disappoint some people, but it's pretty good in my opinion. I'm fairly happy about it. Yeah, we got a friend now. I think we actually have two friends. Yeah, we got two friends now. Nobody else gonna shoot at the boss? I haven't read anything about the format. So the way the permanent servers work is you still have the season servers. And so there's a permanent server of every scenario type. So really it's just sort of an extension of the settlement phase. And so when your server ends its settlement phase, it gets wrapped into the permanent server of that server's type or of that scenario's type. So Manibus has a single permanent server. And what'll happen is after settlement phase is done, your server will mash down into a single world, and then your world will be added to that permanent server. So every permanent server, or every server that rolls into the permanent, shares one server. So you end up getting to play with everybody who's been playing your scenario recently. So eventually, I think these permanent servers are going to be stacked pretty good with people. And, there's going to be lots of stuff to do. It's also really going to make the extremely casual players happy because they'll be able to just go in and do whatever, um, and take as long as they take to complete their scenarios because they'll be in there with tons of people who are also taking a really long time to complete their scenarios. So I think it's going to end up being a pretty solid little system. It could be better because so as things stand, the servers aren't going to change at all. So if there's never going to be, that is going to kind of be a problem. But again, every new server that gets added becomes a new world in that permanent server. So at the very least, each new world that gets added has its own Blackfell oil field. But also, resources are just going to be so abundant in the permanent servers because people are just going to have their characters in there, farming tons of oil and, farming tons of stardust and all that stuff. That honestly, you get your free 50K per settlement energy links. You'll probably just be able to buy any of the resources that you need. So, I mean, it wouldn't be ideal not to be able to get us over here and get your stuff, dude. Or don't. That's fine too. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be a problem to just buy anything and everything you want. It's also going to, I think, again, make it easier for more casual players to get things like perfect blueprint BPs, really good mods, stuff like that, because there's going to be people with just outrageously good builds farming those things. And so stuff is just going to be getting sold for cheap. Resources are going to be cheap. The permanent servers are going to be really good for account progression. And then, you go into the season servers to do your season stuff. Sorry, I was muted. So the other thing is that there's so many different map orientations that you can get just from this single island map, right? Because you have 3 different parts that can be independent. You have the whole thing together as a 4th map. This is a 5th map. These 2 is a 6th map, and then these 2 is a 7th map. So as long as you come up with 7 interesting mechanics for those maps, and you have, 7 interesting builds going on. Oh, did this person start theirs? Okay. Then that's good enough, right? I mean, 7 different scenarios in the first, say, 2 years, even if we don't get totally new maps for each one of them, um, is solid. That's a good tip. 7 Up, thank you. I don't think they want to join my team, though. Why is everybody always picking on me? Yeah, this is how you get it done right here. Honestly, just want Winter and Manibus to merge. So they did say they are going to be doing that. We all thought it was going to happen on the next scenario that's coming in June or July. But I saw some information put out that it wasn't happening on the next scenario, that was a mistranslation, but that they do have a plan to have a merged scenario at some point. So I'm not really 100% sure on exactly what's going on. But yeah, I mean, that's just an obvious path that they should be taking, is to get those map sections merged together and make a whole new scenario based on that. And I mean, at some point, I want a scenario that encompasses the entirety of Nalcott Island. And I want a good PvP scenario that encompasses the entirety of Nalcott Island, right? Like maybe 3 factions, because we've got 3 whole separate map zones. So there's really no reason that we can't have like a solid 3 faction, like huge war PvP scenario going on. There's no reason that that shouldn't come with some stuff like, PvP systems that will be good for the permanent server as well. Because it seems like, at least for right now, that the permanent servers are not continuing to update. So like it seems like there aren't going to be any more Prism deviations in Prism versus Clash when it switches to a permanent server. So I'm a little disappointed about that. Because I thought that in my Prism versus Clash server, when we went to permanent, that I was going to be able to just get, continue to do Prisms and continue to have fun PvP. So if we could get an entire Nalcott Island PvP scenario that like legitimately continues when the permanent server comes out, then I'll be in a pretty good mood. I'll really enjoy that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. They've at least proven that they're willing to iterate and improve on systems to make them more fun. Right? We've gotten a couple iterations to the vehicles. I think the first iteration to the vehicle physics was a step backwards, and I was pretty disappointed in it. But this newest iteration of the vehicle system that they just put out with the drifting and all that stuff, I think was a phenomenal set of changes. I think they did a great job with the vehicles. The implementation that they've had for the permanent servers, while again not the best implementation, is at least a step in the direction that the players have been asking for. Which, great to know that we're being heard and that things are being changed to suit what we desire. I mean, that's great. So, hitting brake and drift is so weird compared to the older version. So the drifting is more difficult than the drifting in the old version, because you can end up drifting really hard now. But I think it's better because it's like a hard-coded drift instead of... I only got 37 that time. Oh, because it's not my... Right. Right. So if it's not mine, I don't get 200. Well, that's ass. That's like mega ass. Yeah, well, so it's hard coded, so it's a predictable um, slide, right? And there's specific physics for the drift. So the way the drift used to work is they were just relying on the momentum of the vehicle and the natural physics of the car to sort of simulate the ability to drift, which was fine, and is super fun. But now they've gone in and like when you hit the drift button, it goes into sort of a different set of physics rules, which gives you the ability to have a much more dramatic drift without having to drastically change the like weight and stuff of the car so that the physics of the car normally isn't affected by the physics of the car during drift, which I think is great. And it means that we have just a much more interesting and sort of over the top drift system. And I think that's really cool, right? You would have never been able to drift this hard, right? No donuts, no nothing like that, especially going as slow as I'm going. Being able to cut into a drift going that slow, you would have just stopped previously. So it's much more dramatic, it's much more accented. I think it's great. I think it was a super cool ad. It also means that you can now drift on like your um, your trucks and your 18 wheelers, which I'm very happy with. And they also changed because now you have a drift system. They've also significantly increased the turning radius of the vehicles. So, like the turning radius of the 18 wheeler is freaking obnoxious now. Like, oh my goodness, it's difficult to deal with. And so you sort of have to drift to keep it on the road and to do any sort of, reasonable traversal, which I think is awesome. I think that's really great. So, very positive changes. We need to go through here. I need to make sure that I'm not. So, this is a 2%. I don't want to keep any really bad. Anything that's got more than 2% less than its maximum, I don't keep. Oh, yeah. No, the jump is probably some of the most fun I've ever had. And it definitely makes it easier to get yourself out of a tight spot. That is important because I find myself in tight spots a lot. A lot, a lot. Tons and tons of positive changes. A couple of these are actually really good. A couple of them are kind of dooky. A couple of them are like, I know. With nice speed, can just hop over shallow river. Might be deep enough to dismount you. Yeah, well, hopping over the river, hopping over the guardrails on mountainsides, hopping up the side of mountains is super fun. Um, I mean, it's just so much. That little bit of utility gives huge value. I mean, like, once upon a time, we used to be able to drive straight up vertical walls, and that was really cool. And then they took that away so that they could adjust the physics. But now, right, I can just hop up the side of this fucking thing. Boom. All of my traversal options that got taken away with the first change have now sort of come back in a different way. So not only have I gotten all of these bonus changes to the way vehicle physics works, and now I have, all this other cool stuff. I can just hop whenever I want. But also, I've gotten some of my fun traversal stuff back. And so it's important to notice that the hop will always just give you vertical momentum. Right? So it's not perpendicular to the ground that you're on, right? So it's not accelerating you from beneath the car straight out. It's accelerating you from the flat horizontal plane straight up the vertical plane. So it doesn't matter what your vehicle's orientation is, you're always going to get momentum directly up like this. So you can be totally sideways on a wall, right? You can be driving up a wall, whatever it is. Your momentum is always being added directly up. And because of that, if you have any sort of forward momentum, which you always do because these walls are always at least slightly off vertical, then your forward momentum is going to keep carrying you forward and keeping you stuck to the wall so that you kind of maintain whatever height you gain. And then you just climb up that way. So you can now basically just go up vertical walls with anything still. But it also means that if you're driving and you're going up like an incline here, then when you come up to this and you're going fast enough to maybe be getting a little bit of speed, maybe getting a little jump off of here yourself, just off of your natural speed, all you're doing when you get up here is you're adding vertical momentum. So all of your forward momentum continues, right? You're maintaining that forward momentum and you're just adding vertical momentum to it, which honestly gives you a really, really good jump. If it was adding momentum in a forward and upward position, you wouldn't gain nearly as much height on some of these jumps, and it wouldn't feel nearly as good to do the jump. So they got that really, really right. Did a fantastic job with it. And it was the simplest solution, right? They could have, taken the angle that the vehicle is currently sitting at and used the angle of the mesh and lotta, and then added momentum in the direction that the vehicle was already traveling. Or I mean, they could have done a bunch of different stuff about making the velocity add or the velocity add perpendicular to the mesh that the vehicle was currently sitting on instead of perpendicular to the horizontal plane of the entire map. And it would have ended up being terrible. And so they took the really, really simple solution and they said, bammo, you get vertical acceleration. And it works so good. I'm so happy with it. What are we doing here? We're calibrating. Bammo. So I need 780 more, and I need 100 more tungsten. So let's go farm some tungsten, and then we're going to pull out 780. Yeah, we're just going to pull out 780 Stardust source, because that'll only be a couple thousand. And that's not that bad. Couple thousand resource points. But that's something they also should take a look at changing. I don't know how the resource points are going to work in the permanent servers, but I'm going to be a little disappointed if in my permanent server I don't gain any additional resource points, so that I'm not able to continue to pull stuff out of my Eternal Land and bring it into my permanent server. Because I am eventually going to have stuff from other scenarios that I just can't get, like, for example, in this Manibus server. And it might be nice, since this is going to be where I do a lot of my mod farming and stuff for the foreseeable future. It might be kind of nice if there's some mods that I can get that might be good for my farming build, or some deviations that I can get, like those tar puddings, that will just make life a whole lot easier for me there. And stuff like that. If I can't get those things brought into this permanent server, that is going to be a little bit disappointing. Right, you need cows, you need seals, you need, I mean, so many things. I tell you what, I really like shooting this gun. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Extra weight on your farming armor. Just the ability to cycle through and, you know, get all the different, right? You're basically getting another Eternal Land where you can just do all the things, but you can also farm tons of resources and stuff in here. It's just really fun to have permanent servers. You know, and I'm going to want to switch stuff between my permanent servers, right? I might get a Way of Winter character going. So I might get a character on the Way of Winter server permanently, have one on Manibus permanently, have one, you know, on whatever the next map is permanently. I want to be able to move stuff between those characters. And if I only have the 20,000 points, that's eventually going to become impossible. And I don't want to start over to get another 20,000 points, you know? And it doesn't have to be always. During the regular season, I don't need to be able to just bring as much stuff as I possibly can over here. It only needs to happen during the permanent server. But I would like to see that. And I don't know what sort of difficulties they might run into as far as what is possible with some of that stuff, but I am hopeful. I still have controllers. That's interesting. Thought they got rid of the controllers. I mean, they did, but I guess they're, instead of turning them into stuff, they're giving me the ability to use them. Let's go in here. Let's do this last calibration. I have so many platinum crystals. Oh my goodness. So many platinum crystals. Saw the Stellar Seller give the option to exchange controllers. Yeah, so they do. My problem is I'm actually going to have to bring my controllers in if I want to do that. I can't use them out of there. So I would have to bring that at 20 apiece. I would have to transfer my controllers into this server to be able to go spend them at that Stellar guy. And that kind of upsets me. Give me an option in the events tab or something. Use them for something. I don't know. Give me something. You know what? I got 13,000. I probably need to go into the shop and see about buying some of these things. Let's buy. Oh, hey, there we go. I can buy some of that. I mean, I kind of just want to buy all the cosmetics, right? Like, yo, what up, Bean? How are you today, brother? All right. Finally got that calibrated. So let's check a couple of things here. We got a full magazine. We got our full calibration. Let's see how our DPS is. All right, DPS has gone down significantly. Tomorrow's my exam. I'm stressing out even though I have done my work. That was trash damage. I did 14k last time. Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't go to school. It's fuck school. Yeah, I think you might have been wrong, 7-Up. I think you might have been wrong. I don't think that plus 10 is the way to go. We hit 25k there. Peaking at 30. But if I change this to this other mask, get the plus 10 stacks, we peaked at like 8k. Okay, well now we're peaking at like 30. What happened? Oh, I still have my fast gunner stack. No. No, they go away pretty quick. Okay, about 28k. Into my gear, put that in there. Wait for all my fast gunner stacks to drop. I don't think I waited last time. I definitely think I just started going with my fast gunner stacks, but my fast gunner stacks are off now. Full mag in there. Okay, well, they seem to have pretty similar overall damage outputs. The damage per magazine is higher, it seems like, with the reload. Yeah, well, as long as my fast gunner persists throughout my reload, Mr. Bean, I'm not too worried about it. Because I just need to get back into it. And my fast gunner's lasting long enough to get through my reload for now. So I think we're good. And I don't know which one of these items to use. I think over the long term, over multiple magazines on a boss, I think this one does better. And then in the short term, killing trash mobs, I think this one does better. Because this one adds more damage into the high range. Yeah, I really don't know. I think we're probably okay. Let's repair this thing. Let's see. I've done this. I probably need more ammo, actually. Goodness. It's 9:18 p.m. I'm not planning on sleeping today. Oh, don't do that. If you got an exam tomorrow, you need to go to bed, brother. Lack of sleep is a killer when it comes to um, higher brain function. If you don't sleep tonight, you are going to do worse on your test tomorrow. Do what you got to do. Take a couple of shots. If it's legal where you're at, hit the 420. Whatever you got to do to get yourself to sleep. Especially now that I'm a little older, my sleep is extremely important. And I notice that I do significantly worse as a streamer. My energy is lower. Uh, my ability to keep talking, to respond intelligently, just goes out the window if I don't get enough sleep. Played all night with a friend and sleep on the day before my university exam. Got to relax before the exam. Yeah, absolutely. But you got to get to sleep for sure. You got to do something to take your mind off of it because that stress is bad for you too. Right? Stress causes you to release chemicals and stuff in your body that are not necessarily good for you. And again, will harm your brain's ability to function. So take your mind off of it, do some stuff, hang out here, chit chat with us, but then go to bed so that you do good on your exam. Or I'll kick you out of the chat. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you. Whoops. I need more ammo. Before we go in there. I was able to clear this boss with a bounce build. I'm pretty sure I can do it with this build. But to be fair, if you already did everything, just believe in your ability, forcing more into your head, not going to do any good. That's for sure. That's 100% true. Alright. Nightmare mode. On the silo. Getting it. Getting it. This silo sucks. Oh my god, level 70 enemies are such a nightmare. That's right though, I don't even actually have to clear this this silo. Because you can get a free chest just by killing those 3 little floating items. So I guess I don't know what I'm really worried about. Like, I can kill this, bammo, free chest. Don't even have to beat the rest of the silo, yeah. I mean, you get another one if you beat the silo. And I would like to do that. But I guess it's not really a requirement. And it definitely takes way too long. What's even the point? $180 SS for 10% effect? What now? Oh, 100% effort, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I would do this. I don't know why I've been making myself stressed, thinking I needed to be able to solo these bosses. And honestly, my bounce build was already doing a better job of this. This fast gunner hits hard, but it's not... I mean, I guess I'm not using the proper ammo. I'm not using the AP ammo. But... Hmm. Whoops. Yeah, this just straight up isn't worth it. I mean, I could just go in here over and over and over again and check that first room so I know that within that first room all three of those things can exist. I mean, I think the fast gunner would work really well on this boss. Power Surge, Unstable Bomber Burn, Shrapnel Bounce Fast Gunner, Bullseye Fortress Warfare Frost. Let's see. Both of these are just 9 when Fast Gunners state. Crit rate plus 10%, weapon damage plus 10%. So I actually like this more, but I don't want the weak spot damage, so I'm not even going to keep that. This is a 12, right? Yeah, this is a 12, so this is as good as it gets. When a bullet hits an enemy above 50% HP, the bullet's final damage plus 25%. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that about shrapnel. That's really good. Those aren't really good stats, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can just go in here and do this over and over and over again. I don't know that I like this. I think I would have liked for them to make Nightmare slightly less difficult and not allow you to just cheese it to get the mods. I think I would prefer to actually have to beat it. Yeah, okay. So I can just run in here and farm perfect mods with like literally a green pistol at this point. Which is cool, I guess. I guess I've already proven to myself that I can do this solo. I have soloed this silo on Nightmare. So I guess I'm not cheating myself out of an experience. Still, it seems a little icky. But we gotta do it. Gotta do it. The fact that you don't have to hold the button to get that chest, that you just click it now because it doesn't take a controller anymore, makes this so easy. Man, I can't believe I spent the first 2 hours of this trying to make a build. I totally forgot. I mean, I guess I still need to be able to do the pro mode bosses so I can farm stuff there, but most of what you need comes from the silos. But you're only getting your weapon mod from the bosses. You really just need to be able to kill one mob or one boss. For me, is just the spider. This fast gunner build. Plus these webs. These webs make this super OP. Like, I might as well just be getting the mods for free at this point. I guess there are some situations. Oh, nice, I got it. I guess there are some situations where oh wow, and when you exit, you just go to full health even if you were downed. That's awesome. So there are some situations where I need to actually be able to clear that room that I was just in, that I just died, because you have to get some of the pieces from the hallway after that room every now and then. But honestly, in those cases, I would just leave, come back. I don't know which one the dev think it's fine idea to put immune hugging tree. Oh, you mean the pollution things? They're only immune if you don't use the right ammo. You just have to use the Star Trace ammo. I like it. I think it was a good call. I think it's nice to have something that you really need from the open world be a little dangerous. Because the open world, let's face it, is super uneventful. Okay, well, no pieces here, so I guess we confirm and leave. Like, super uneventful. Like, oh my god, this is so boring. I want to tear my hair out. So I'm down with it. I also think it's cool that living there is difficult now. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So many MMOs have such boring open worlds. Unless all three of these are in this room, you're probably going to be moving on. Doesn't look like I'm going to get what I want here. I guess let's see what we get from our mods here. The really great thing is I can also just farm whichever one of these is easiest and then just make mods kind of indefinitely. So we got shitty bounce, 10. 9, an 11 with the shrapnel. Crit, max HP, reload, damage against great ones. That's a pretty solid one. I would like to see that reload be one of the greens. Maybe that crit damage be one of the others. Crit shrapnel is a thing, right? Here's a 12. When fast gunners stake, crit rate plus 10%, weapon damage plus 10%, weak spot damage, elite enemies, damage reduction, great old ones. So again, probably not something you want because weapon damage doesn't help against PvE enemies. So we'll actually probably be using that one and making a different mod. This one is only a 9, unfortunately, but crit damage, great old one damage, weapon damage, normal enemy damage. This is actually a really good set of effects, but unfortunately only a level 9 mod. Crit damage and weapon damage together. Real good. And then if that damage against normal enemies was maybe like a defense mod, this could be a PvP mod, maybe. Which plus 9 mod? This one? You know, this one? No? Oh, this one, you mean? Google Pixel 7 Pro can run once human. Sure, I'll look that up for you. And Pixel 7 Pro on once human. Mobile device system requirements. All right. Android minimum. Processors. You need a Snapdragon 855, a Dimensity 7200, or a Kirin 8000. Need 6 gigs of RAM. So what we're going to want is Pixel 7 Pro specs. Hey, Google Pixel 7 Pro has 8 to 12 gigs of RAM. So that is good enough. It needs Android 9.0 operating system. And it needs 20 gigs of storage. It looks like memory, it has a minimum of 128 gigs of storage, so that works. Android 13 is the OS that it runs at launch. The CPU, let's see, chipset, we've got octa-core, and the GPU is the Mali 6710. The processors, Qualcomm. MTK. I don't see anything about an octa-core anything in here. Oh, here we go. So the chipset is the Google Tensor G2. For more detailed list of processors and devices, please refer to the chart below. Yeah, so it looks like the Google Tensor G2 64-bit and the Google Tensor G3 64-bit work. Yeah, it looks like the Google Pixel 7 should be good. Deluxe. One with the weapon damage, great ones, normal ones, weak spot and crit. Normal, weak spot. Crit, weapon damage, great ones, and normal ones. This one? I mean, I absolutely agree. This is a fantastic mod. Um, but the fact that it's just a tier 9 and the fact that these are so easy to get nuclear, I just don't know if I'm going to upgrade that or not. But I will, maybe I'll lock it. That's probably a good idea. Let's at least give it the old lock. What the hell? It was a bounce mod, right? Guess it wasn't. Okay, well, I'll find that here a second when I get back, but I gotta use the restroom real quick. Alrighty then, we back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. Okay. Oh. Here we go. Here's the level 9. It was a bounce. So let's go ahead and lock that one, so that we don't accidentally nuke it. I mean, even if you don't have to... Even if you don't get to just skip every single enemy, getting to skip the bosses is kind of a huge deal, because they take a really long time to kill. I mean, they got so many hit points. And only being able to cheese this one, I mean, you still get 3 tier 9 plus mods, which means every 2 runs, you can just make any mod that you want. And I mean, you need 50k energy links, but that's per character. Every week you get 250k. So every character you have automatically gets 5 highest tier mods of your choice every week. That might be true on some of the silos, but I mean, it took me 40 minutes to clear this silo. Maybe if you have a build that's already kind of in a really good position, that might be true. But when you're working with just kind of some scraps and stuff like I am right now, this is way easier. Doesn't look like I'm going to get that third one this time, though. It's like it must be in another room or something somewhere. That's fine. We just exit dungeon and go back. When I took my bounce, I mean, I don't know if you were here for it, but when I did it solo, I did EX1 solo with my bounce build. That shit took all fucking day. It was like an hour-long fight. But then I guess I have seen some people saying that EX1 is pretty gratuitous with its HP for its boss. And the fact that you can't really keep your damage up the whole time because you have to avoid its stupid mechanic. The other really cool thing about this is that you don't even have to have your characters in the same server for them to benefit from the 50k that it takes to make a mod, right? Because I can farm this on this character, and then my mods just go in a shared bank. So I can mod convert with any character that has 50k energy links. So on any server, which is fucking insane. They've made farming so easy. I mean, this is just a great way to just go in and get a bunch of fodder, right? These are all 9 to 12s. You only have to have 61 total levels to get a guaranteed 11 or 12 when you do a mod conversion. So all of these are usable for that. It's actually a little bit insane. They've really fucked up and kind of made this stupid easy. Is it still fairly time consuming? Sure. And using the mod conversion is certainly less efficient than farming the mods yourself, except maybe the weapon mods, because you can't get a guaranteed 9 on the weapon mods, because we only have pro mode on the weapon mods so far. So this is probably a little better for your weapon mod farming. But, I mean, this is just an insanely easy farm. I've already gotten 5 of these, so I've already gotten 15 tier 9 plus mods in, I don't know, 10 minutes? And I'm even kind of being ridiculous, like, once I don't get any of the pieces in that first room before the teleport, or before the elevator, I should probably just leave. Because if I don't get any of the pieces before the elevator, I don't even think it's possible to get all 3 pieces after. So I could speed this up considerably. Just by checking that. And then if I at least get 1 piece, then I go check the other spots until I get to that wall that I have to kill things to get past. And if I get knocked down, come back full health. As soon as you exit the dungeon, full health. So yeah, don't have to waste any heals, don't have to waste nothing. I mean, this is just silly. This is definitely going to get changed. There's no way that they'll let this continue to be a thing for very long. But I think if they do change this, they are going to have to change the difficulty of the nightmare dungeons, because they are a little too difficult. I mean, I'm not like a great player, but I feel like I'm a pretty good standard for average. And I think that you should set it up so that the average player could solo these. So if I'm having a really hard time soloing them and I can't effectively farm these mods, then probably a lot of people are feeling pretty locked out of the content right now. So maybe reducing the difficulty just a little bit. I wouldn't mind if it only took me, 20, 25 minutes to get through here. I think the big thing is that the shield regeneration of the regular enemies when they're standing in a pool of their allies, like dead goo, is a big part of what makes this a little too difficult for me. That shield regeneration is really high. And so I have a really hard time just overcoming that shield. And there's only so much space you can retreat. So, I mean, maybe cut that shield regeneration in half and then knock off 20% of the boss's HP. And I'd be able to get through here quite a bit faster and feel quite a bit more confident about it. Now, I haven't done the other Nightmare Mode bosses, so I don't know how their HP stacks up. I don't know how I would feel about their HPs. It's possible that 20% across the board is maybe the wrong play. I need to go back to my base and drop off some stuff I'm carrying around, like tungsten and random garbage like that I don't need to be carrying with me. I like the fact that Leah Labs is one of those things that's extremely difficult and not everybody can do it solo. But I think there are too many silos to use that same concept on the silos, right? If there was only one silo and that one silo on Nightmare Mode was too difficult for the average person, then I think that would be okay. But if we have, we got 5 or 6 silos, all 6 of those silos are too hard. Oh, you get... No way. I'm getting Stardust Source from this too. Wow. Yo, this is broken. This can't be allowed to continue. I mean, I'm going to exploit the crap out of it, but... Jeez, How am I out of tungsten? Oh, right. Made a bunch of bullets that I don't even need. It's 10 p.m. now. I will sleep after 1:30 hour. Hope I will get at least some sleep. What time is your test in the morning, Bean? Because even if it's boring as shit, it is still better. 9:45 a.m. So here's the deal. It is better to lay in bed trying to sleep and not fall asleep. Right? Close your eyes, try and meditate a little bit. Than it is to stay awake actively doing something like watching TV or something like that. It will be more restful if you close your eyes and try to sleep, and eventually you will fall asleep. And if you think you're going to have trouble sleeping, then you want to start that process significantly earlier than your actual bedtime. So it's 10 o'clock now. If you lay down at 11:30, that would give you, say you wake up at 8:30 so that you can prepare to be there for your test by 9:45. That would give you 9 hours of sleep, which means within an hour of laying down, you need to have fallen asleep, which I think is a reasonable amount of time, right? That's fine. And that still gives you, 45 minutes or whatever to prepare in the morning. But you might want to consider how long you think it is going to take you to actually fall asleep. And then lay down with that time in mind, because 8 hours is what you're aiming for. I'm getting almost 200 Stardust Source from each one of these. This is stupid. Of course, I say all these things, and then last night I was supposed to go to bed at 7 or 8 o'clock p.m. because I wake up at, 3 or 4 to get ready to stream, because I'm trying to stream at 5. I didn't start streaming until like almost 9 today because I didn't go to sleep last night until midnight because I just could not go to bed. And I stayed up all night watching TV, which is exactly what I'm telling you not to do. So, take the advice with a grain of salt, do what you're going to do. But I know that I fucked up. And the consequences of my fuck up are that we have a slightly later stream. Which aren't so bad. This is slightly boring, but also there's something fairly entertaining about it. Like, I'm pretty happy to be getting all these mod boxes. This is pretty fucking hilarious. Let's see, here's a 10. Weak spot HP, normal great ones. Meh. You really don't need HP in PvE, as far as I'm concerned. It's pretty much all about the damage. Crit damage, reload speed, lead enemies HP. Here's a 9. Oh, so this one's a 10. Okay. Definitely don't need head damage reduction for PvE. But here, crit damage, HP, elite one's weapon damage. So this one is an 11. I wish that I could lock these from this screen. I feel like that's something that they could definitely add here. If I could lock these from this screen, that'd be great, because then I could go through, I could look at them, each individually. I could say, okay, this one I want to keep, and lock them from this screen would be fantastic. Because I definitely want to lock this one. The damage against elite enemies is kind of a miss, but weapon damage, HP, and crit damage are all 3 really good mods for PvP. So, at least until I find something better, I would hang on to this one, I think. Let's see. Weak spot, great ones, weapon damage, head damage reduction. On 9, not worth it. Yeah, that one's got kind of a mismatch there. Weak spot, weapon damage, great old ones, normal enemies. See, so this one's only a 10. But that's a pretty solid set there, right? Weak spot and weapon damage. When in fast gunner, crit rate and weapon damage plus 10%. So if I was using this one, I might also use the thing that says no weak spot damage. So this one might end up kind of being useless because the weak spot damage and fast gunner don't necessarily mix well. With the memento, maybe. But there is some potential meh in there. Low. That one's low. Low tier, low tier. This one's a 10. Weak spot, HP, status reduction, great old ones. Again, kind of a mismatch. Pretty low tier, low tier, low tier, low tier. Let's look at this one. Yeah, that one's kind of a mismatch too. Okay, not a lot of really great stuff in there. But tons of fodder. And that's pretty great. I'm really excited to get to use the mod conversion system a little more. It's not something I've interacted with a ton, and I don't think I've interacted with it well in the past when I have sort of tried to use it. So I'm pretty excited to, they've made the interface a little better, and I have just a generally better understanding of mods now. It'll be nice. Oh, heck yeah. Right here. Oh, yeah. Farm so much Stardust Source this way, too. I mean, I'm getting almost 200 Stardust Source a run. I've already picked up 9 of these, which is almost 2k Source. Whoops. I should try to avoid getting knocked down, because it is going to hurt my durability. I don't want to be repairing my durability over and over again, but, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Just gotta farm these mods. This is kind of my kind of thing right here. I am... so I used to play a lot of Guild Wars 1. And back in the day in Guild Wars 1, there was this place called the Fissure of Woe. And at about the same time as some other people, I think, I came up with this crazy idea to just run through this Fissure of Woe area and not fight any of the enemies and just open chests. And I used to get tons of legendary equipment pieces by doing this because all of the chests in the Fissure of Woe always gave legendaries when the game first came out because it was the hardest zone in the game. And so I don't know how many other people started doing it at the same time, but I did this for a few weeks, maybe a little over a month, and then I quit and stopped playing the game. The missions in Once Human PC the same as in mobile. As far as I know, Dullex, the game is exactly the same, yeah, because it's crossplay. So you can play your character on PC and then also play that same character on mobile. But anyway, we quit after about a month, and I didn't play the game for a while. When I came back, the chests in the Fissure of Woe had changed to where some of them, it was only a chance to give legendaries, and sometimes they only gave epics or purples because people were just running down there and picking up chests. It was, I mean, in an hour or two, I could have like a whole inventory of legendaries just all by myself. But this kind of reminds me of that. This is significantly easier. But this is significantly easier. And so it's not nearly as much fun because there was, legitimate skill behind doing it in Guild Wars. And this is literally just run down here naked and you're good to go. But yeah, I know they had the mobile like beta or whatever deluxe, but I didn't play any of it because I don't have a smartphone. So I don't really know anything about the mobile version other than the fact that it's supposed to be crossplay. I will spend a little time looking up some information later today, though. Maybe tomorrow I'll have some more specific information for you. You son of a bitch. Yeah, no worries. No worries. All right, game. Give me more mods. You know what? Actually, I'm a little bit bored with this for right this moment. So, let's go ahead and make some mods, because that's cool. Go into mods, let's set up the mod conversion. I should be able to pretty much make everything. I think I've got a couple of pants mods. I got one pants mod that I can't make. But let's see. Let's actually make mods for my Fortress Warfare. No, I don't like any of these Fortress Warfare. For my sniper build, maybe this one. Okay, well, we won't worry about those. But yeah, let's see if we can't find the mods that we really want to use. So I like this one, except I want my first shot to kill. After using a throwable, no. After switching weapons, fire rate, mental damage, fire rate for the first 50%, weapon damage plus 30% for the next 50%. Hmm. I mean, I guess we could use the fire rate plus 10% for the first 50% of the mag, and then damage plus 30% for the next 50% of the mag. We could just blow through the first 50% of our mag. And then we want precision, because we want weak spot, right? Now let's go down here. Let's see. Yeah, that one's definitely worth throwing in there. That one's definitely worth throwing in there. Weak spot, weapon, great ones, normal. A fast gunner, that's probably worth putting in there. Why is this one locked? Weak spots, status damage reduction, normal enemies, elite enemies. Yeah, that definitely is worth putting in. All right, and then we get two more. One of them needs to be an 11. I actually hate these lunar mods, and I don't plan on doing melee, so we'll definitely just dump that in there. And then again, I don't plan on doing melee, and I hate the lunar mods, so let's just throw that in there. All right, so we got damage, HP, elite, mag capacity. So that was not at all what we wanted. Let's go back and do it again. That's fun. No. 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 We just need two 10s here. So there's a melee with lunar. We definitely don't want that. Honestly, the sniping with the lunar might not be terrible. Oh, these are not lunar. They're the other one. It doesn't matter. Melee's going. Damage, reload speed, weapon damage reduction. I don't even know why I'm keeping that one. That one's absolutely bad. No bonuses there. All right, weak spot, reload bonus, weapon damage. Oh my goodness, both of these are crap. I'm so sad. Now we can throw some 9s in here, right? We could just hit up all of these 9s. And that leaves us with 10 times 4 is 35. We need to get to 61. So if we put two 12s in there, okay, that's not quite good enough. 3 times 9 is 27, so now we would need three 12s. Now this is the one that I just got. Damage against elites, weapon damage reduction, damage against Great Old One's weak spot. I think we can dump that one in there. That's not really what I'm looking for. And then in here, we could drop some more 12s. Crit damage, damage reduction, elites, and normals. Definitely not what I'm looking for. Elemental, reload bonus, elites, and normals. So again, elites and normals are usually fairly easy to kill. So while I'm happy to have those bonuses on top of a Great Old One damage bonus, it's really not what I'm looking for. Also, I thought these were 50k. They're only 20k. Which means I can do even more of these every week per character. Is insane. Alright, weak spot, HP, elites, reload speed. Again, the HP and the elite enemies just don't really interact well with each other. And while I'm down for some reload speed, I really would prefer to see it on a mod where I get like 2 weapon damages, you know, or 2 damage mods. Now I'm being super picky here. And the reason I'm being super picky is because that's kind of the point of this part of it. I don't feel like this game really benefits from the slow incremental growth. I feel like your base tier, what you can accomplish, can pretty much get you through anything. And especially because of the simplicity with which I can farm mods here. Right, I don't need to gain any sort of incremental growth right now to help me farm these mods faster, so that I can farm more mods to ultimately get to my highest DPS potential. So, like, I'm here. Everything is good enough that I can do what I'm doing. What I'm doing right now is an extremely effective path towards, you know, my absolute best endgame stuff. So there's no point in worrying about the incremental stuff in between, because that stuff just kind of slows you down towards getting to your absolutely best stuff, because you end up wasting resources on some of that stuff in the middle when you could just be spending those resources on the best thing at the end. So yeah, we're going to be super picky, and we're going to go through here, and we're going to get a stupid amount of mods, and we're going to do some mod conversions, and maybe we'll get lucky and just pull some good mask mods right out of here. We actually already have pulled some pretty decent mask mods right out of here. And hopefully we can get a really, really solid build going that can do really well in PvP, and we'll get a really solid PvE build going together. I think that this fast gunner weapon, you know, absolutely unbuffed, right? No food buffs, no fortress warfare, no bullseye, no nothing. We're already rocking about 26 to 30k DPS on this build. mission is very hard for now? What mission is very hard for now? Well, dookie. I got trapped by a fat guy. Oh. Executed. Let's open these up. Let's get some fast gunner mods. Ooh, wait. Crit, weapon, HP, and damage reduction. Alright, so this is totally a PvP mod for the bounce build. Crit damage, weapon damage, head damage reduction, and max HP are 4 solid PvPs. Unfortunately, this is just a tier 9 mod. But I actually think that I want to lock this one. I don't have a bounce PvP build right now. Eventually, I totally will. But that is pretty solid. Crit HP, Great Old One's normal. Again, you just don't need the HP. This is just a 9. Here's a 10. Here's a 10. Yo, what up, Drat? We're cheesing a mod farm here. Just going in and out of this silo, basically getting free mods. I'm bad at the video game. And I can't do nothing unless I'm just getting things for free. Is it terribly interesting? Not really. But it's fun. Hold up now. I definitely saw... Okay, I just missed this one apparently. Because I'm a trash panda. How pathetic. But yeah, I mean, you just go in here and you automatically get 3 mods. Okay. So easy. This is definitely something that's going to get patched out. It needs to get patched out. There's just no reason to be able to get this many good mods this easily. Picked up 11 of the chests so far, so it's 33 tier 9 plus mods in less than an hour. Solo. "33 tier 9 plus mods is enough to use mod conversion 5.5 times. So it's actually 38 mods. 39 mods. Yeah, I do have the Weaver. Oop. It's on. I'm just not being terribly concerned about whether or not I live or anything. I have living armor and the Weaver on. But at least every now and then when I get super low, come back to life. But when you get knocked out, if you've already gotten everything you want out of that run, then you can just leave the dungeon in your knocked out state and you'll exit the dungeon and be full health. So you don't even necessarily have to revive yourself unless there's something in there that you need still. It's pretty freaking stupid, honestly. Pretty appalling. But we gotta get our mods. It's important. Tired of losing in PvP. Everybody else is better than me, so I gotta cheat. It's super good mods. Also a great way to farm calibration blueprints because I'm getting weapons from all of these pickups. I'm also getting almost 200 Stardust Source. I'm getting energy links. It's honestly kind of fucking stupid. Because, I mean, you get enough energy links that you're going to be able to make most of your mod conversions happen. You get enough Stardust Source to be making all of your weapons, right? I'm on my permanent server right now. Well, what's going to be my permanent server? On my highest level character right now. I'm just going to run through here. Get this stuff. I'm going to try some of the other silos at some point too. But this is definitely the best way to get your weapon mods. Because, you know, you can't use... you can't get the guaranteed level 9 plus weapon mods. Because there is no Nightmare boss fights yet. So, you know, you can guarantee 11 plus by using the mods that you get out of here. And so that means that you can guarantee 11 plus on your weapon mods, which is awesome. Since you can't get the 9 pluses on those. But yeah, I already got my chest there. So I just exit. Boom. Back to full health. Standing outside here. Well, not back to full health because my sanity. Oh, okay, so it doesn't fix my sanity. So that is one drawback. We do need to go ahead and drink a tea during the lunar cycle so that my sanity doesn't go down, so that my health comes all the way back. Important safety tip, Egon. But yeah. Just running amok. I actually don't need to do that. Stop using the adrenaline shot. Stop it. I wonder if I saved myself from wasting the adrenaline shot there. Should I probably stop exploiting this? Yes. Am I going to? No. If there was something special I was having to do to get this quest to keep showing up or something like that, then maybe I would consider this like exploitative. But this is very much like as designed play. I don't really feel like I'm exploiting the system at all. I mean, I feel like I'm getting way more than I should out of it, but I haven't done anything to manipulate it. I don't know. What do y'all think? Is it an exploit? Should I stop? I'm good. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll just keep going then. It is going to be nice to really have some good mods and really finish out some builds. Definitely, it's something that if you want to take advantage of, you should. Like I said, it's definitely not going to stick around. They'll probably do something where every single run, one of the items has to appear behind that door that you have to unlock by killing all of those enemies. So that at the very least, you have to get that far. Is what I think would be the best solution. Or maybe even take it a step farther and make it so that one of the enemies has to appear in the red light, green light room. Because that room's pretty difficult to navigate. And And so you'd probably end up killing a lot of enemies in there trying to get the thing. And then the boss is literally just right there. So you might as well just go ahead. And I think that would be a good change. It would fuck with my day. I think it'd be a good change. I actually don't want to keep going because I haven't found any of the items yet. If I don't find any items in that first little room before that elevator, I think it means that it's just not possible for all three of them to spawn before the key gate. So there's no point in me continuing. And that just speeds things up a little bit. It's not a ton, it's just a little bit. But every little bit helps. All of these enemies seem to be really slow on aggro all of a sudden. Like there's some sort of server lag going on or something like that that's causing them to not come after me right away. Really know. Don't really know. I suppose it's possible that it's my fault. Maybe there's like a timer on how long it takes before the instance closes. So it doesn't just close right away when I leave. And so I'm going back in, like you say, over and over and over and loading new instances. And because my old instances aren't, maybe there's a timer and they don't delete for like 5 minutes. I just keep like stacking up instances and lagging the server. That's, totally valid. That could definitely be a thing. It would be silly because there's no way to get back into the instance. So it would be kind of silly for them to have it set up where the instance persists after the last person leaves. So maybe that's something they should fix, if that is what's happening. Because if there's literally no way for me to get back in here, then absolutely no reason. Oh dang, I've already got 6 more. Holy crap. Hopefully about to be at 7. Nice. Open these bad boys up, see what we get. I've honestly been opening the fast gunner ones, and I was doing that because I wanted to get a really good fast gunner build going so that I could farm mods better. But honestly, that's kind of pointless. Because I can just farm mods this way. So let's actually go into our Fortress Warfare stuff. Try and gain some mods there. That's a 9. That's a 9. That's a 9. That's a 10. That's a 12 with crit damage, mag capacity, elite, weapon damage reduction. That's a really bad 12. 9, 9, 9, 10. Bonus weak spot damage, great. Bonus great one damage, great. I'll even take the elite enemy damage. That max HP, you just really don't need HP. EVEs. Let's see, that's a 9, 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 that's a 9. Oh my gosh. We got like all 9s that time. That sucks. No. 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 Ow. I got hosed on this one. Also, EX1 is not worth it because it only gives Violent Talents precision. So, that's fair. But you can only get 3 of those per day, right? Because you get those from the high risk. I guess 3 of those per day per character. So I guess you could get 30 of them a day. But the big deal here that I'm looking at is not just one box an hour from each type of event. No kidding. I thought you could only open. Oh no, you only got 3 controllers a day from the public crisis events. That's right. That's where I got the 3 a day from. That's where I got the 3. So the other thing that I'm looking at here, though, is, and I don't know what the value of the events and stuff are, but I'm getting like so many energy links. I'm getting tons of fodder to make, weapon mods and stuff like that using the mod conversion system. So I'm not saying that doing those high yield or high risk events is terrible, but because I'm guaranteed the level 9s, and so immediately can just do this mod conversion thing. Which I guess, I mean, for the weapon mods, again, you're going to want the high risk ones. So I do need to do some of those. That's definitely true. So I mean, there's a balance in there somewhere of doing those two things, and then doing the Prime Wars, because you get the special suffix from the Prime Wars as well, and the special Prime Wars suffix is not bad. there's going to be special suffixes for a lot of the mechanics for the different scenarios and stuff. So you're going to want to be doing a lot of those things. If there's a special suffix, you absolutely want to have some fodder with those. And if you have mods with special suffixes, I would say probably keeping even as low as level 8s is acceptable, just so you have the extra fodder. Well, maybe level 9s. Yeah, level 9s. Because if you put 3 level 9s with your suffix in there, then you can counteract those 3 level 9s with 3 12s to get up to your required 61, so that you can guarantee your 11 to 12 level mod. But anything below a 9, you kind of start having an issue. Right? Because 27, yeah. 27 and 36 is 61. Sorry. That's wrong. 27, 36 is 63. So you need a 12 and 2 11s to counteract 3 9s. That's 34. Yeah. No, I do math. What are you talking about? Yeah. So you want to keep any 11s of those special mods. Sorry, 9s, not 11s. So that you can use them as fodder for making 11s and 12s. I also don't know how many mods you're getting, and you can probably tell me this, but how many mods do you get out of each chest when you do the world events? Because I'm getting 3 mods per chest here, which creates significantly more fodder. So if I'm only getting 1 or 2 out of the high risk events, then I'm also just getting way fewer mods. 2 to 3, okay. That's decent, because that third one also turns into parts, right? If you don't get the third one. I mean, again, because there's no Nightmare Leah Lab, you don't get guaranteed level 9 plus mods from Leah Lab. I absolutely would think that Leah Lab was better for fodder before Nightmare Silos came out. But getting guaranteed level 9s is just way too big a deal when it comes to the conversion. Because you're only getting guaranteed purple, which means you're only guaranteeing level 7 in Leah Lab. And so anything... Right, but 5 mods a minute that are potentially only level 7. I mean, say you get 2 9 pluses out of that each time. So you're really only getting 2 mods a minute, not 5. Because anything below 9, in my opinion, just doesn't have any value anymore. And a majority of the ones that you get from Leah Lab are going to be like 9. You're not going to get nearly as many 10s, 11s, and 12s as I'm getting from Nightmare. That's much faster than spending 6 to 10 minutes for 6 mods in Nightmare Silos. Well, sure, if you're going through the whole mod, but I've already picked up. Let's see, I've been doing this for a little over an hour, say an hour and 10 minutes, hour 20 minutes, say an hour and 20 minutes. And I've picked up let's see, 5 and 3 is 8, and 3 is 11, and 6 is 17, and 3 is 20. So I've picked up 60 mods in 120 minutes. I guess I'm picking up 1 mod every 2 minutes. But again, you could do this with tier 1 gear. Heck, I could probably do this with a tier 1 with a tier 1 weapon butt naked. In fact, I'm going to go prove it. Let's get a tier 1 pistol. Now, I do think that it will be necessary for me to have my Weaver potion to do this naked with a tier 1 pistol, because I will die if I get hit at all. And it's also going to be necessary to bring adrenaline shots with me, because again, I'm going to die. But as far as preparation goes, this is just about the least amount of preparation you can have to do. I can just look in there without even going in there. That's nice. I believe I haven't been doing that. I mean, you could just put a character in one of these. Well, and now you can join a server that's already in phase 3, because you get to phase 3 after 8 days. So you could do this right now, right? Brand new character, brand new account. Don't need to have accomplished anything up to this point. Well, so I guess you would have to clear this story the first time, because you can't come over into this region without clearing the story the first time you go through it. At least I don't think you can. But I mean, literally just get over here as fast as you possibly can. Knock a tier 1 something. Oh, is it seriously back there? Wow, game. No, I don't see it. Where's my last little floating object? This is dookie. This is bullshit, ref. Okay. Those people were cheating. Oh. Was right in front of my face. Nice. Yeah. Butt naked, tier 1 weapon. Complete. As a matter of fact, that's going to be the title of the short that I use when I make this into a short. Going to be farming nightmare silos naked with a tier 1 weapon. Ouchie. That one actually kind of hurt. Come on, get out of my doorway. Jeez. It's obnoxious. Bammo. This is hella dumb. I love it. Because we already have 5 more of these. Let's crack them open. What do we get? Let's see, that's an 11 right there. Elemental, max HP, weapon damage reduction, elite enemies. Don't like that one. That's a 10. Crit damage, weapon damage, great ones, normal enemies. That is a great mod right there. Well, no, I guess weapon damage doesn't actually help. Never mind. Frost Vortex damage. That's not a great mod. I lied. This one's got 2 reductions, wep damage reduction and head damage reduction, which is pretty nice, but pretty low tier. That's a 9, 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 that's a 9. No, that's a 10. Element damage, status damage, great ones and elites. A pretty good 10. Plus it's for the Anabasis. It's actually a pretty solid one. 9999. I'm digging it. I'm really digging it. Farming Nightmare Silo. Naked with a tier 1 gun. No! It killed me. The exploding blubber man killed me. Poor K. Poor K. I need to go probably trash all my weapons. That's the other thing. I'm picking up a weapon every time, which means I'm getting a calibration blueprint every time. Also super dope. Look at all these. These are my guns. Yeah, all these are drop gear. Oh, I mean, I guess only 8 good calibrations. That's not super awesome, but another 600 source. Platinum crystals, some tungsten. Those are some good resources right there. Should I name... should I name it Naked with a Tier 1 Gun? Or should I name it Farming Nightmare Silos with a 300 DPS build? I think Farming Nightmare Silos with a 300 DPS build is way better. I think I like that better. That dude's always trying to get me. It's bullshit, ref. I mean, honestly, at this point, just give me the mods for free, right? Oh my goodness. Get out of the way. Rolling down the street, smoking Indo. I am the greatest. I am the greatest. Help. I need somebody. Help. Not just anybody. Help. You know what this reminds me of? Is teleport tricking in uh, Fantasy Star 2 on the Nintendo GameCube. There was a game called Fantasy Star 1 and 2 on the GameCube. And it basically combined like these two old Fantasy Star games into a single sort of game. It was a really fun game. Me and my brothers and our good buddy used to play it all the time. But there was this thing that you could do called teleport tricking. And basically, it was exactly what I was doing. It was loading into a zone and then dropping a teleport, going back to like the base camp. It was honestly kind of like Helldivers. Like a weird fantasy version of Helldivers. But you could go out into, these missions or whatever. And one of the missions took place in this forest, and there was a special creature called a Rappy. You could get like a special version of the Rappy, and it would drop really good gear. And so you would just go out into the zone where these Rappies always spawned, and you would just teleport back to base, and then go back through your teleport, and a new set of Rappies would spawn. And so every time you teleported, you were basically giving yourself a new chance to spawn the special Rappy. And you would basically just sit there for hours, teleport tricking, over and over and over again, until you got the Rappy, and then you'd kill it, and you'd get your loot, and you'd freaking do it again, because you never got what you actually needed. Because, RPG games don't want you to be able to have the items you want. Thank you, RNG. It was all very ridiculous. But that's basically what this is. Just reloading into the thing over and over again. The fact that it brings you back out right here in front of it so you can just instantly go back into a new instance is, just every kind of incredible. I've hit another dry spell. We're not getting any little duders here. Where's my little duders? I think I need to drink some drink real quick. We're about to have nighttime again. I don't want to lose all my sanity. Fat guy in a little coat. These little splody fat dudes look like just the worst version of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Like if Stay Puft got cancer. That's what that guy looks like. Really, really aggressive cancer. Literally just not having any gear on, this is going remarkably well. I expected to be able to do it with no gear, but I expected to do it at a diminished speed. I was not prepared for the fact that I can do this just as fast with no gear as I can with gear. It's honestly kind of insane. It has been, we're pushing 2 hours here. Got about another 15 minutes before we hit the 2 hour mark of doing this. It is starting to get a little bit boring. Um, it's not something that I could do like all day, every day, obviously. But it's also not really something you need to do all day, every day. I mean, if you could even stomach doing this for 15 minutes a day, it wouldn't take you too terribly long to at least get a pretty solid build going on. It wouldn't be the perfect version of your build, but you could definitely, if you were super new, right, and you just got to this point and you didn't really have any decent mods or anything like that, and you were having trouble even doing like pro mode bosses, I definitely think that this is the path to your first better farm build. Like Nuclear was saying, you may be able to ultimately get more better mods by going through Leah Labs than doing this, but you can't get more better mods going through Leah Labs doing this butt naked with a green tier 1 weapon. Right? You would get nothing in Leah Labs naked with a tier 1 weapon. So from a from I don't have anything or I really, really suck at the game perspective. This is a life changer. Since I don't really have anything and I suck at the game. Get away from me. Doesn't take a lot of bullets, right? Couple hundred bullets and you could do this all day for like a week. Oh, I was about to say I didn't get the third one, but it's right there in front of my face. How much energy links am I up to now? I spent a bunch. I did like 4 or 5 conversions. So I spent like 100k and I'm actually gaining energy links doing this right now. Now, if I converted every mod that I didn't want, yeah, I'm up to 800k. I was down to 500k or maybe 600k. So it is possible, I think, to get to a point where, you know, if you're being really diligent about converting everything that you get, then you're not gonna get an increase in energy links. I think this will slowly dwindle your store of energy links through the 20k conversion cost, but still, I mean, it's insane how sort of self circulating this whole system is. Got a couple of level 10s here. This one's a level 10. Weak spot damage, reload speed, head damage reduction, great old ones. Pretty subpar. Great old one, status damage reduction, pretty subpar. And another 10. Elemental, great old ones, head damage reduction, yeah, pretty subpar. Oh, and here's another. Ooh, we got 2 more 10s, okay. Crit, weapon damage reduction, great old ones, meh. Crit, great old ones, elite, weapon damage reduction. Wow, I feel like I got a couple of pretty good ones early on. But I feel like I'm having a little trouble getting any good ones now. I kind of want to do some more mod conversions. I like just kind of hopping around and doing some different stuff. And I mean, this is fun. Do some armor mods. Do I have enough stuff to do the masks with the Fortress Warfare bonus? Let's see. Fortress Warfare range lowered. So this is the one I want. Yeah, I don't have the Fortress Warfare stat in here. So I do need to spend some time specifically on this character because this is the character I'm going to use probably for a lot of mod stuff, at least for now. So I want to get everything unlocked on this character so that I can do that stuff. But if I don't need those, then I think the next big important one is the pants mod. Yeah, this unstoppable mod. Weak spot damage 20% when a bullet hits a target more than 20 meters away. For every additional 1 meter away from the target, spot damage plus 1%, up to plus 20%. So plus 40% to your weak spot damage from 40 meters. That's pretty freaking outstanding. And then we could use the resonance. I don't think resonance is really powerful for this one because it's like a multi-hit kind of a thing, so we're not going to do that. Precision here. And then let's just go through. I'm not pretty much keeping any of these 9s unless they're really good ones. I might lock them and maybe hang on to them for a little while. But let's see, 4 9s is 35, 36. 2 12, so you do need 3 9s. Then 2 11s and a 12. Take these 3 9s that I don't want, and let's snag an 11. Weapon damage, reload, damage reduction, normalize. That's a bad one. Sure. And let's grab 2 12s. Let's see. This one's actually maybe good. Lower your HP, damage reduction versus deviants. Lower your HP, higher your crit damage. Lower your HP, higher your weapon damage. And then damage against elites. This is actually pretty solid for farming whispers out in the open world. And honestly, it's probably pretty good for like silos and stuff too. So I probably won't get rid of that one, even though I probably won't ever use it. Also probably just won't get rid of it. Let's see. Oh, I need 2 11s, so one more of these can be an 11. We'll definitely just drop a melee in there. Sure, for sure. And then elites, weapon damage, elemental damage, damage reduction. Because they're getting that bonus to elites, the bonus to elites is kind of the kicker here. So if you run a low hit point build and you get that bonus damage to elites plus 3 of these lower HP mods, it's honestly really crazy. Let's see, this one's only got 2 of the lower HP mods with weapon damage and crit damage, which is good. Then we've got damage to normal enemies and max HP. So those don't really mesh well, so that'll be the 12 I get. Right, we get weak spot, normal enemies, elite enemies, damage reduction. That's booty cheeks. Why you gotta do that to me, game? I don't even understand. It was totally unnecessary. It does mean that we can just go back in there and just drop that in there. Drop that in there. Like, I don't need either of those. Well, let's just use the 112 for now. And then, let's see. That one's meh. Weapon damage, head damage reduction, weak spot damage. I think I said I was going to keep this one. We'll lock it for now. Weak spot, mag capacity, weapon damage reduction. Nope, definitely get rid of that one. Weak spot, head damage reduction, elite enemies, reload speed. Definitely get rid of that. Alright, now we just need 2 11s. We got 2 melee 11s here. Drop those. Weak spot, elite enemies, damage reduction, great old ones. I really want 2 damages, and then at least great old one damage. And then, reload speed, another, elite damage, something like that. Like, none of that really matters. But I really would like 2 damages and a great old one. Web damage, weak spot damage, great old one damage. And then the third one can kind of just be whatever, and I'd still be pretty happy. Which I understand is a tall order, right? I'm asking for a lot here. But this one's bad, so we'll put that 12 in there. Don't need that. That. Don't need that. And then we gotta throw a couple of 11s in here. The weak spot damage. 1 instance of weak spot gives you crit damage. 1 instance of weak spot gives you elemental damage. Damage against great old ones. So this is actually an outrageously good mod for the Gulp lore, right? Because you're gonna be hitting weak spots, because that's how you trigger your unstable bomber, and then crit damage because the unstable bomber auto crits, and elemental damage because the unstable bomber is elemental, and then plus damage to great old ones. This is actually a really, really good mod. Now, the HP is take it or leave it. I would very much prefer to have like a flat damage bonus or something like that, or, you know, damage to elite enemies or whatever. But this is actually a really good unstable bomber mod, and Resonance specifically benefits the Gulped lore more than any other weapon, because none of the effect of the resonance give weak spot damage. They are just reliant on weak spots to add other types of damage. So there isn't one that says deal an instance of elemental damage, get weak spot. And there isn't one that says deal an instance of crit damage, get weak spot. You have weak spot for crit, you have weak spot for elemental, and then I think you have crit for elemental are the three possibilities. And maybe there's also elemental for crit in there. But there's none of them give you weak spot damage bonuses. So all of the resonances benefit your unstable bomber damage on your Gulped lore. And so you just start pumping out shots and just bam, 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 bam. And you can definitely get enough shots in if you're using the bolt pull speed on your calibration blueprint. So I mean, this is just a great mod. Crit damage, max HP, reload speed, great old ones. So this would be a good one. But I mean, great old ones, crit damage. If either reload speed or max HP were another one of the damage types, right? Like just base damage or, I mean, anything, then we'd be good here. But I'll probably ditch that one. And then crit, great old normal HP. And we'll probably just crit or get rid of that one because it's not really, bummer again. So weak spot, great old one. Both high levels. That's great. Elites is what I like to see. Again, because especially with the snipers, you almost always one-shot lower tier enemies when you've got your build really going. So it's not really a big deal. But great old ones and elites is great, but this HP just doesn't do anything for me. Now that is a tier 12 mod, which is high as it gets, but still just not quite it. Let's go in here. Let's see. We've got a couple of tier 11s that I know I don't want. And we've got a tier 12 I know I don't want. So now we can do all tier 9s on the rest of these. Weak spot, great one. Weapon damage reduction. Yeah, that one's good. And we can go all the way down here and just get some random ass tier 9s in. Okay, that one's good to go. No. Weak spot damage took the lowest spot. Ugh. Ugh. That one makes me want to vomit. That's so gross. So gross. Why would you do that to me, game? Why? I don't even understand. Why do you hate me? Alright, let's get back in there and get some more mods. Goodness gracious. That one tasted sour. That one tasted so sour. I am really enjoying getting to see so many mods, though. I like picking through gear. Like, a lot. It's really fun. It's... Whoa, there's no fat guy. What the hell just happened? Those are only level 60 enemies. This is not... This is only difficulty pro. I wonder when that happened. I just now accidentally fuck it up. I think so. Strange. Nerds. Exito. I need to find out, can you punch if you take your weapon off? We're gonna go totally naked. Does Viking just punch it? Oh yeah. Yeah, you've got like a little dagger that you carry. What's up? We're gonna go dagger these things. We're gonna go in here totally naked. In our birthday suits. Farming mods. Oh yeah. What's up? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh. My weaver thing is gone. Ruh-roh, Reggie. Ruh-roh. We'll get that bad boy back. We'll get the weaver back. We'll get the featherweight back. Just make sure I don't lose the ability. Oh, I'm getting 10,000 energy links. So I am getting enough to continue this in perpetuity. Because it takes 20,000 to do a mod. I get 10,000 per run. I get 6 mods per 2 runs. So it takes 6 mods to do it. So I'm getting exactly how much. I'm getting the 20,000 energy links and the 6 mods that I need to do a mod conversion. Every 2 times I get to pick this stuff up. So this is straight up something you can do forever. There's not really any point, apparently, in trying to avoid using a weapon and doing this actually totally naked. And the reason for that is, as soon as you pick up one of these chests, you'll just pick up a weapon and auto-equip it. So I just, like, have a random memento now. Then I just picked up an SMG, which is now strapped to my back. So you can't really avoid using a weapon. But I am going to make my short where I don't use a weapon. Come in here without anything. Because I think that's freaking hilarious. And then I might go ahead and make a long form video that explains a little more why I think it's important and in what situation. You should probably do it. Do like an 8-minute video and like a 1.5-minute long video. And then link them. Gotta start trying to put out some more long form content. I think that's really hurting the YouTube channel. He's only doing the streams and not having any just regular videos out there. my goal will be to just do them in one take. Because I hate editing video. And I understand that they're going to be much lower quality that way. But fuck, I hate editing video. It's really slow to do on my PC. I'll probably just try and do it all in one take. That sounds like more fun. Will it be perfect? No, probably not, but it's fine. For those of you who don't know, the reason I keep leaving without getting one of the chests is if I don't see any of the little floating objects in the first room before the elevator, then I don't think it's possible to get all 3 floating objects before the sealed room down below. So I just leave because I don't want to waste the time going down the elevator, then running through that little pack of enemies and seeing if there's enough of the things down there. I'd rather just freaking bail, start all over, right? Save myself 30 seconds each run. Hey, what's up, Party Wizard? We're just doing some mod farming. The cheaty way. I literally have no gear on except for this weapon right now. I took all my gear off. And we're doing Nightmare Silos. Farming mods. It's definitely cheaty. I'm doing the hardest content you could possibly do in this game right now without armor. Because I'm just coming down far enough to get that one little chest right there, which just means I just have to shoot those 3 floating objects. And then I teleport out, go back in, and do it again. We're doing it for like 2 hours. So, yeah, it's cheaty. Definitely shouldn't be allowed. Add all cosmetics and run around. No, I'm not gonna do that. Especially because I've got a female character. I don't want people to think that I'm some sleaze. If we were on my male character, I wouldn't have a problem running around in my underpants, but I am trying to maintain at least some respectability here, Party Wizard. Just the teeny tiniest little amount. I was just giving you the benefit of the doubt and assuming that you didn't realize I was on my female character. That's where I was at. Listen, I didn't even have a female character until the geophysics update. For science, of course. That's funny. I didn't realize that they had an update to that. I mean, let's face it, there's a reason so many games have specifically put things in like that. It's because it sells video games. Now I can have up to 10 characters. Yeah. I'm so excited about starting to fill out my roster of characters across a bunch of different scenarios. I'm so excited for new scenarios so that I can start, having lots and lots of different characters in lots and lots of different scenarios. I mean, it was so much fun. So much fun to have characters spread out all over the place and in different tiers of play and to be able to just jump around and do whatever you feel like. And like, I don't really want to do a Way of Winter scenario, but I'm seriously thinking about just making a Way of Winter character. Really need to get back in here. I made the mistake of not naming them uniquely enough. Now I'm confused. Yeah, all of mine are called Survival Hermit, or some Hermit meta, or, some permutation of something like that. So I feel you. Thankfully, the worlds that they're on are named uniquely. So I just have to remember who's on what world. Or who's on what server, and just go that way. It's fine. It's fine. It's so easy to switch characters too that honestly, if you forget or get confused, it's not the end of the world. Kind of just go grab a new character. Oh, all their servers are closed now. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I mean, in that case, it doesn't really matter though, right? Because they all share blueprints, they all share mods, they all share all that stuff. So it doesn't even matter which character you play. Just jump on one. I made a bunch of new characters. They got all my shit. It's so nice. Dude, the new cross character progression is, I mean, just epic. I can't even, dude. Can't even. I do think that I got it wrong though. I was thinking that it was also cross region, but I think I accidentally made a character called Survival Hermit EU on the NA server when I was trying to make my EU character. So I actually think every time I've been checking the cross progression to the EU region, it actually hasn't been the EU region. And I just realized this the other day, and I haven't checked it again. So I actually should do that real quick. Let's face it, I'm always an imposter. I am constantly claiming things that are not true. I am the worst streamer. Just an absolutely terrible person. Did I accidentally miss one back here somewhere? I did. Yeah, so I was down here with nothing because you can just melee these things, and I just happened to pick up a memento. So it auto-equipped it. So this is just a dropped piece. It's too much of a pain in the butt to go back into my inventory and unequip the weapon every time I get one. But yeah, we've got 5 more of these mod crates, so let's open these up. See what we get here. That's a 9, that's a 10. Elemental damage, status damage, damage to normal enemies, that's too bad. I would rather see that be damage to great old ones, but that's fine. That's a 9, that's a 9, that's a 9, that's a 9, that's a 10. Let's see, we've got weak spot damage, damage to elites, but we do have 2 damage reductions. So this is actually pretty nice. Weapon damage reduction and head damage reduction. With pretty decent reductions there. So that's maybe a decent EVP mod for me. This one's a 10. We've got weak spot, great old ones, weapon damage reduction, elites. So the weapon damage reduction doesn't really go well with the elite and great old one. I would have preferred to see just weapon damage there, so I'll probably get rid of that one. That's a 9. Here's a 10. Yeah, don't really need the XP or the HP, so that's not really useful. This one is an 11. Weak spot, weapon damage reduction, great old ones, normal enemies, again, kind of meh. 9, 9, 10. Again, pretty meh. And a 9. Right, so not a ton of really great stuff in there. A couple of decent ones, but again, it's just all fodder. And we just keep making tons and tons and tons of energy links. So we just get to keep doing our mod conversions. Mods have always been tiered. So when I'm calling them 9s, 10s, and 11s, what I'm looking at is their overall number of levels. Right, so you've got purple, green, blue, and gray, and legendary. So gray is level 1. So everything will always have level 1. So the lowest tier mod you can get is a level 4. And then for each new color, it gets +1. So that's level 2, level 2, level 2 is 6, and a level 4 is a 10. So this is a level 10 mod. The highest you can find, apparently, is level 12. So this is 2 off of your potential maximum. And I keep anything level 9 or higher, because then you can use them in mod conversions, because you can... Yeah. Yeah, so because in the mod conversions, you can make a new mod, and you can guarantee a range of level 11 to level 12. So you can basically guarantee the highest possible tier you can get by putting 3 level 9s, 2 level 11s, and a level 12 in here. So when you do these mod conversions, you pick which mods you want to do. So like, I really like this pants mod, Unstoppable, for my snipers. So I'm going to make an Unstoppable mod. And then you get to pick the suffix, which determines the first substat. So if I pick precision, then my first substat is going to be weak spot damage. And then, so what I have to do is I have to sacrifice 4 um, 4 mods that have precision already, so that already have weak spot as their first. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to sacrifice this one that I've already made that I don't like. And then let's see, weak spot, HP, normals, elites. I don't like that one. So those will be my 2 11s. Then let's see, weak spot damage, reload, great old one, normal. Don't really like that one. That one will be my 12. Then I'll go ahead and dump this level 9. And then I can pick any 2 others um, to fill out the 6 that I need. So I need 4 specifically that are weak spot, and then any 2 others will give me my mod. And so you see, based on the number of levels I've added, I have to add a total of 61 levels to guarantee an 11 to 12. So right now I should be at, is there somewhere that it's telling me? 22, 34, 43. Yeah, so I need 18 more. Because 9 will put me at 52, and then 9 will put me at 61. So I just need 2 more. So I'm going to go all the way down here to the 9s. I don't really care about my 9s at all. So yeah, we're going to get rid of that 9. We're going to get rid of that 9. We're going to hit the old exchange. And now it's just going to give me a fresh mod. It's of my unstable with precision. So my first one is weak spot. Yeah, so the way that I'm doing my gathering right now, so when I go into this silo and I get that chest, I get a chest that gives me 3 level 9 plus mods. I get just short of 200, just short of 200 Stardust Source, and I get 10k energy links. So it costs 20k energy links and 6 mods to do a mod conversion. So I'm basically guaranteeing myself a mod conversion every 2 times I pick up that chest. So it's something that you can do infinitely. And the whole time you're doing it, you're gaining thousands of Stardust Source. So you can craft the new special bullets, or you can calibrate up new weapons, or like anything. But yeah, on this one, I didn't really get a great roll here. Like headshot damage and great old one don't really mix because the enemies don't hit you in the head. So like this is kind of a wash, and I'm just going to end up getting rid of this mod. But it's a level 12 mod, which is great because it'll take the spot of my level 12 on my next one. So I'll just go in here and I'll just turn around and throw that one out. Don't need this one, but weapon damage reduction, great old ones, normals. Don't need that one, so there's my 2 11s. And then weak spot, weapon damage, great old one. See, now I'm going to keep this one. It's not great. Well, actually, I'm going to get rid of this one because the purple is on that head damage reduction. But 2 damages plus great old one damage is pretty huge. And if the purple one had been on weak spot or weapon damage, I probably would have kept this one. They weren't, so I'm going to get rid of it. And then I just need 2 random 9s out of my random bullshit here. Let's see if I've got any melee, because I don't play any melee builds. And I don't plan to play any melee builds, so if I've got just some melee 9s in here, trash those. It doesn't look like it, though. So let's find something I got a lot of. Like, I got a lot of these, so let's just trash these. Alright, so we got weak spot, we got great old ones, we got elites, and we got HP. Again, HP not something I'm really concerned about in PvP or PvE, but this is another tier 12 mod, right? Because you got... This is calling these tiers wrong, because this is tier 4, but it's saying it's tier 5. So you've got 4, 3, 3 is 10, and then tier 2 is... Oh, no, this is saying what tier your weapon has to be in order to use this slot. That's right. So you have to have a tier 5 weapon use this slot, tier 4 weapon use this slot, tier 3 weapon use this slot, tier 2 weapon use this slot. If you have a tier 5, you get all of them. Sorry. But yeah, so this is a level 4 mod, level 3, level 3, level 2. So that's 4, 7, 10, 12. It is a little complicated at first, but once you get used to what the colors and stuff mean, it's pretty quick to identify. All right, let's get back in there and do some more. But this is also something you can do on any character too. So now that you can have 10 characters, your mods are in a shared bank. So any mods that I pick up on this character are automatically accessible from all of my other characters. And each one of your characters gets 250k energy links every week. So every week you can do 12 mod conversions just off of your free energy links from the settlements per character. So you get 10 characters, you could do 120 mod conversions every week. As long as you have the mods to support it. So even if you didn't get a ton of energy links from this, which you do, you would still be able to do this for a lot of hours before you ran out of your ability to spend on it. I imagine this will get patched. I don't think that it's cool to have such an easy access to literally the best mods in the game. So I would like to see them patch this out. But for now, it's here. And I need mods. Because my builds suck right now. That's right. That's right. And so there are, Nuclear mentioned earlier that there are some ways to farm better mods faster. Doing Leah Labs, if you can Leah Lab solo, you can definitely farm more mods faster. But I mean, I'm literally doing this naked. So, I mean, this is one of those, oh, you're a brand new player and you literally have nothing? Oh, okay. Well, here's how you get the best mods in the game. For free. I've never soloed a Prime War. I don't think I want to solo a Prime War. That sounds awful. The Memento has a nice little snap to it when you shoot it. It almost sounds like a pop gun and a real gun had a baby. Oh, you've never done any of the Prime Wars, period? Well, the Prime Wars are kind of fun, dude. You gotta get in there and get them done. Prime Wars are kind of fun. How's your 100% on Red Dead coming? Far along are you? Did a whole scenario with the Memento as my main. I love that pistol. It gets powerful. Yeah, I honestly, I like the idea of the fast gunner in general. I think it's just a cool core effect. I don't like the flashy core effects so much. Like the Anabasis is cool and I really like using it, but um, its effect is like too much on my screen. And I like the fast gunners and the fortress warfare, and you know the burn is pretty understated. And I think part of the reason I don't like the Jaws is because it's a weapon that you use at a little closer range, and so the explosion from the unstable bomber is just too much. 92%. Damn, brother. That's what's up. Way to get it. Oh, hey, there's something that you might want to look into. I haven't been able to get it to work. It won't link my Twitch. Um, but it's not fully released yet. I think it's in some sort of a beta or something right now, but there's a game called Communite, like community, but an E instead of a Y, because it's supposed to be like unite, like community unite, so Communite. Um, and it's a like a content creator thing or like a Twitch streamer thing where you link your Twitch and it gives you your own like little server to build on that your community can come and join and build on with you by following a QR code. So it's like a little like cozy game, um, survival, I guess Stardew Valley, basically, but for your community. And you can all build together and help each other and do little things. It's something I'm trying to set up here, but I haven't really been able to get it to operate. Um, I don't know if they have like any more server availability right now, or if the game is waiting to go into full release before they really open up server availability or whatever. But it's like a free game. It just lets you build a little something for your community. I don't know if it's going to have in-app purchases. I don't know. Um, oh, right. I forgot that you don't also stream on Twitch. Forgot. It's possible. So they said there will be more options coming in the future. So it's possible that they'll also have options later to just like link a YouTube instead of a Twitch and do it that way. As a matter of fact, I assume that that will end up being possible. Like I said, the game hasn't even fully launched yet, so. But it's going to be a thing on Steam. I assume it's going to have like a mobile version. So that people can do their little stuffs on their phones. But it seems like a cute little something. Just to give people a little way to chit chat and hang out and build stuff for each other and surprise each other. And I mean, it's just an interaction thing. I like it. I think it'll be fun. Particularly your community and my community, I think would benefit from it a lot. Because we have a little more of the older, want to hang out, not trying too hard kind of folks. me in. Yeah, exactly. My favorite kind of folks, too. If I try too hard, I'll fuck up. And then I'll just get mad at myself. Whoa for that shit. Where's my treasure chest? Give me my treasures. Let me do it. I love that my character's just like face pressed up against this wall every time I come out. Like, let me in. Let me in. I want a mall. Owie. I'm also getting tons of calibration blueprints here. Because every time I open one of these chests, I also get a weapon. And it's always a weapon. It's never been a piece of armor yet, I don't think. So I'm just getting like tons of calibration blueprints. Sometimes you get the purple weapons. You don't always get a legendary. But still, like 2/5 of them are legendaries. Which is pretty solid, I think. Ah, you suck. I got 8 bullets in my 6-shooter. I'm a baller like that. I like that one of those floating items is a D20. Game really knows its audience. Bunch of fucking nerds. Get out of my doorway. Black, I should have just left. Should have just freaking left. Jeez, dude, it's so windy outside. Freaking hate it. I probably need to start doing the mod grinding. Maybe like in my own time. Watch a little TV, grind some mods. But it is something that I need to do an absolutely ridiculous amount of for the foreseeable future. Because I don't want... I don't want it to get patched before I get all my mods. You know, I'd like to have good mods of basically every type so that I can make any build I want. Especially now that we have permanent servers. It's just going to be so easy to make new sets of gear and stuff like that, try out new builds, take that stuff down into the Nightmare Silos without having to go through an entire new season. So I'm going to want to try out a lot more builds going forward. Just get a decent group and run bosses. Group isn't me. Yeah, I mean, that'll totally be a thing, but like the bosses only go to pro mode. And the pro mode bosses only guarantee you a level 7 mod. And this is guaranteeing me 3 level 9 mods. So, like, yeah, doing the bosses is a thing, but this is literally the best loot you can get in the game. And I'm doing it without any gear on. So there's literally 0 chance for me to fail. I have this weapon that I picked up. And nothing. I unequipped all my gear so that I didn't have to keep repairing it. Also, hello. Oh, you came in an hour ago. Okay, so you know exactly what's going on. Well, I won't explain it to you then. Just be creeping for an hour. And do the creep. Aw, do the creep. Aw. I was on mute as I was talking to my daughter on phone. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Why do you keep exiting the dungeon, you psycho? Ow. Blew myself up again. Really should be better about dodging that dude, but... Just got back, nipped out for like 40 minutes of that hour. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate the lurk. I appreciate the lurk. I'll stop calling you a creep. This is the guy who told you to run around in your undies. That's funny. That's funny. What really gets me about that Party Wizard is you're also the one who complains when I run around in my undies. Make up your gosh darn mind. Playing a game other day, had you on in background, then you quit stream and a random video came on very loud. I almost shit myself. Oh no. Do you have to turn my volume up really high compared to other channels and stuff to be able to hear me? Okay. So it's just that one was exceptionally loud. Not that mine are exceptionally quiet. Cool. Good to know. I don't want to see your lumpy Arctoon in his undies. Hey man. Lumpy butts matter. Lumpy butts matter. My poor Arctoon. Gotta be over here picking on him for having a lumpy ass. His ass is only lumpy because he's been running around in a prehistoric hellscape. Trying not to die to dinosaurs and weird tech dinosaur hybrid killing machines, and all he gets to start off with is a punching the tree to get wood so he can make a stone pick. And you're over here making fun of him, having a lumpy ass. Found out what was killing you all the time randomly? Well, that's good. What was killing you all the time randomly? Was it a sanity issue? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Once an hour for about 15 minutes. It's no bueno. Gotta get you some coneflower teas. There's a lot of coneflowers near Tallgrass Inn. Go out the front gate of Tallgrass Inn. Find yourself a lot of coneflowers. And your coneflower tea will protect your sanity from going down. You'll be right as rain. Or beer. You can hit up Drat. Drat's probably got some beer. He's been growing it. Exit dungeon. Run around with 5% health and no... Yeah. Yeah, that's how you die. You want to die? That's how you die. Oh my goodness, I got 12 more of these chests. Goodness gracious. Gray balls of fire. Let's open them. Let's see what we get. That's a 9, that's a 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 10. Not a good 10. 10. Not a good 10. Ooh, 11. Not a good 11. A 12. Weapon damage and head damage reduction, plus weak spot damage. Damage against elite enemies is kind of meh. Hey, what's up, Blighted? I have the T that give you plus 400 sanity, but when that is on you, it never gains sanity, so I need to prevent it from happening. Yeah, so if you make the coneflower tea, the coneflower gives you sanity over time as well. So if you take the tea right before 9 p.m. game time, then it'll stop you from going insane. And any sanity that you do gain, it'll eat away over time. So always keep your coneflower tea up and you'll be good to go. This is a pretty good one. Elites, because you fight a lot of elites, doing the Prism versus Clash stuff. But if you got this right, if you hit that weak spot 3 times and then hit one of those damage reductions a few times, preferably the weapon damage reduction, you'd be pretty good off. It would suck if you accidentally ended up maxing out that damage against elites. It's a pretty solid PvP mod right there for Prism. Albioning, you sadist. Masochist? Masochist, there you go. Let's see, that's a level 10, not really a good one. Level 9, that's a level 10. Because Albion is pain. Really, you like pain. Makes you a masochist. Let's see, that's a level 11. Crit damage, mag capacity, status damage reduction. That's not really a good one. Weak spot, head reduction, elites and normals. Not really a good one. No. See, here's an 11. I've gotten a lot of 11s this time. Crit damage. Maybe it's a skill issue. Lol. Have you started playing PvP in the Black Zone yet? No? Shut your face. That's not really a good one. Here's a level 12, though. Weak spot, reload speed, weapon damage reduction, normal enemies. Gross. Here's an 11. Hate that. Here's another 12. Also hate that. Here's another 11. I mean, mists are also a black zone. Black zone is just the type of PvP. But also when the new content out in the wilds got added, they nerfed the value of the content in the mists to try and encourage people to go out into the regular open world black zone. New content. I didn't really like any of these. Gross. I mean, so again, it's possible for some people to enjoy full loot PvP, right? If you're on the good side of the 50% line, then full loop PvP is a benefit to you. And it will increase your fun in the game. But if you're on the below 50%, then full loop PvP hurts you. But the problem is that no matter how many players you have, if you have 10 players, 5 of them are below 50%. If you have 1,000 players, 500 of them are below 50%. And so when you're 50% of players who are actively being harmed by the full loop PvP system leave the game, then there's a new set of players that is equivalent to half of your existing player base that is now on the bottom side of that 50%. So it doesn't really matter how good you are. If all the people worse than you eventually get bored and leave, then you become the player who's being hunted and taken from. So you're absolutely right. It is a skill issue. If I was in the top 0.1% of players, then I would never have that problem, right? I would always be winning. It would always be a positive. But they can't. But not winning means losing progress. You're absolutely right in that it's totally fine not to win. Unless winning is how you have to progress in the game. If you're in the black zone, did I end up in a pro? I did end up in a pro. Whoops. So if you're playing in the black zone, the only way to grow your economy, and that's what Albion is all about, is growing your own personal economy. Then if you get in a fight, you either have to escape or you have to win the fight. But it only takes one. It doesn't matter if lots of people don't attack you, right? It only has to be one person who attacks you. Right, but I don't want to contribute to other people's economy. I need my economy to be growing. Not other people's economy. Yeah, Dullex, of course I am. No, it will not. I mean, I've played hundreds of hours of Albion Online. Actually, I've probably played over 1,000 hours of Albion Online. And you're absolutely right. No, it doesn't. I've played lots of games that I don't like. Because there are aspects of Albion that are good. But those aspects that are good are overshadowed by the fact that the game is completely unplayable for 50% of its population. And I happen to fall in that lower 50%. I 100% am worse than at least 50% of players who play that game. 100%. And I've also played that game for about 1,000 hours. So I'm not ever going to be on the better than 50% side. Right after 1,000 hours of play, if I was going to get there, I was going to get there. So it's not a game style that I'm good at, but there are lots of players who, like me, really want to play that game, who basically can't because of their PvP rules. Because the game is designed for you to go out into the black zone. The game is not designed for you to stay in the yellow zones. Now, they're dropping the orange zones, which is cool, because when you go out in your orange zone, your equipped gear, you can't drop your equipped gear, you can only drop like things you've gathered or picked up while you're out there, which I think is pretty cool, because it means that I can start trying to PvP in higher tier gear, and, I'm not ever going to lose, like a really good 8.4 set or something. So I can start to experience some of that higher end gameplay. And I actually think that was a good change. The issue here is that, for example, you can't equip your gathering tools. They stay in your inventory, so you're going to drop those. You can't equip your books for your different gatherings types, so you're going to end up dropping those. So the game is extremely punishing, really specifically for gatherers. Because if you're gathering, well, so you can equip your gathering tools, but you can only equip one gathering tool at a time. So I think you're actually going to see that is probably going to happen. There are probably going to be people out in those orange zones that are going to have their like full miner set equipped, and then they're going to equip their miner's axe, and they're not even going to bring a weapon, right? They're going to equip their tier 8 Avalonian miner's axe, and then they're going to run out there with their miner equipment, and they're going to, do their farming, and then they're going to go back. So they can't drop that Ava axe, because that would suck. Because those things are like millions of silver. But there is a very simple solution to the problem with Albion Online. If Albion Online would take its faction system into the wilds, into the open world black zone, and honestly into every zone, right? Into the mists, into the Abbey, into the regular black zone, into these no orange zones. Take your faction system out there, so that if you're in somebody's faction, you can't attack them. Give people a de facto community that is on their side, right? Make it so that we're automatically friends. And so then, the further from your core base area that you go, the more dangerous things become for you, because the closer and closer you get to another faction's like core base. And so smaller guilds will start having hideouts out in the open world without having to pay some ridiculous tax to some big mega guild. The mega guilds will build their hideouts on the frontiers near enemy faction zones, because that's where the PvP is going to happen. That's where a lot of the rewards are going to happen, right? And then the smaller guilds are going to be insulated from a lot of that major PvP stuff, by having their hideouts closer to the city territory for their faction. And I mean, that would literally solve like all of the problems with Albion. Just instantaneously. Create a faction war system, even out in the wilds, and you're good. You're done. That game would explode in popularity. I would start playing it again. Because you have to have a de facto community. I joined 63 Ski. Yeah, I mean, it's the summary of that is just make the faction system everywhere. Rosetta Ski. Right, but the faction system doesn't exist in black zones. If you go into the black zone, people of your faction can attack you. What should happen is when you join a faction, you should go out into the black zone, and then people of your faction should be non-combat for you. Right? You can't attack them, they can't attack you. And the reason that's important is because it creates emergent gameplay. Right? If I'm running around in a black zone area, right now everybody I see is an enemy. So there's no real decision making going on my part. Right? Like if I'm in gathering gear, for example, and I'm out in the black zone and I see another person, I just run away. There's no decision making, there's no anything. I'm gonna run. Right, I understand the lore of the game, Blighted. I get, but they do have outposts, right? Those, when you leave a faction city and you use the portal, you teleport to the faction outpost in the black zone. So it's not that nobody lives there, because those are faction city outposts. So they do live there. They have an outpost. Give me just a second. I'll give you my, does it say you can enter with an invite code, Ski? And so if your guilds were instead working with the faction, right, and they were trying to claim the wild outlands for their faction, which is totally reasonable lore to have, right? The faction creates the outpost and then supports the guilds as they go out to claim those territories in the faction's name. Like, that's not some ridiculous, like, oh my gosh, that would totally just twist the lore of Albion for that to be true. That's that there is no faction allegiance. When you have a PvP game where the highest tier of community that you can join is run by the other players, then it means that other players get to dictate what content you have access to. And that is shit. If the system controls the highest tier of community, then nobody can tell you can't participate. You just show up and participate whenever you feel like it, for however long you feel like it, without anybody having a say-so. It gives you total autonomy over your own play, when you have to engage in player-run communities in order to have access to content, then somebody else starts to get to dictate your timeline to you. And that is garbage. Oh. It says 63 is not full. Are you sure you tried to join the same one? Yeah, it says I can't even get a special invite code. Well, that's stupid. I want to invite my friend. Yeah, it's Prism versus Clash. Definitely server 63. Although it's not like there's anywhere that I can see what server I'm on. It is hilarious. Yeah, we'll go back out and we'll take a look. Yeah, North America P-Clash X0063. That's the one. Having faction systems also make guilds much more accepting of new players, because they don't have to kick new or casual players out to make room for good players, because those good players are still in their faction, right? They're still just in that other guild in their faction. So if they want to play together, then they can just do that. And so you end up having a lot of better players mentoring more casual or weaker players and helping them along, because you're all part of the same faction, right? It fosters community. And that's a huge benefit for your casual and limited time player base. And you have to have a casual player base because most people play video games casually. It's great to want to cater to hardcore players, but that's never going to make a good game because there's only so many of those people. Now, the reason that games are made the way they are is because all the stuff that we're talking about, no, they don't. Yeah, but also you want to be a part of that group content, right? Like that content is out there. I want to go be able to do it. But I don't want to have somebody dictate. I want to do it as a group. I just don't want to do it as a group with people who are dictating my time to me. If it was faction based, then as a solo player, or as a more casual player who maybe doesn't have time to have their game time dictated to them, then I could see the content happening, and then I could walk my happy ass over there and participate with the group. But as it stands now, I don't have access to that content unless I first prove myself to the group. Do you see how that is different? It's either somebody has control over whether or not I have access to it, or anybody can access it anytime. Well, not only does your guild dictate when you do what, but the very fact that you have to have a guild to engage in some content means that you have to play the game in a way that makes a guild want you to join, right? You have to have enough kill fame. You have to have certain builds available. You have to have enough fame on your character so that you can have a certain build available, right? You are dictated to before you even get access to the content, because you have to make yourself a viable player, right? You have to make those people want you in their team. And then you have to follow their rules to stay in that team. And even if the rules are basically non-existent, even if the rules are basically non-existent, even if there's only one rule, even if the rule is just you have to have at least one complete build, that's still one more rule that you have to follow if you don't have to join a group in order to access the content. I've never joined a guild in Albion. Never. I have always played that game solo. Because I don't have to join a guild to know what the guild joining requirements are. I can just go to the guild screen and look it up. I can go watch YouTube videos. The only way to get information isn't to join a guild. Not every guild has the same join requirements, but every guild has join requirements. Right, but the guilds who just want to gather aren't the guilds that I'm talking about accessing content, right? I don't have to join a guild to go gather in the yellow zone. Maybe I don't want to be a decent human being. Maybe I want to be just an absolute piece of garbage. That doesn't mean that I should be barred from the content. Or maybe I don't want to interact at all, right? Maybe I don't want to talk to anybody, ever. Maybe I just want to play. It's only people who are willing to be social, only people who are willing to access a guild's Discord should have access to the content. What if I don't want to get Discord? There are lots of guilds out there that require Discord. If you don't have Discord, you can't join their guild, because that's how they disseminate information. So I can't access content because I don't want to have a Discord? That's dumb. It's a barrier to entry that doesn't need to exist. It doesn't add any value to the game, because guilds don't go away if you add a faction warfare system, right? You still have guilds. You're not taking anything from the game by changing it to be the way I want it to be. You're only augmenting by allowing more players more access to more content more easily. It absolutely is a barrier. If it wasn't a barrier, I would have joined a guild. As a simple example, one of the things that I think is most important about my streaming so what if I made that text-to-speech command? What if I made that text-to-speech command and then said, in order to use that text-to-speech command, you also have to be a part of the Discord? How many people do you think would be barred from using the text-to-speech command in my chat if I said you had to have a Discord in order to do it? It doesn't make any sense because it's not inclusive. It doesn't allow everybody to participate. It forces them to jump through a hoop in order to have the full experience.
Drat_ says please like and subscribe.
Thank you, Drat. It gives it more security. It's already secure because it's on a time restriction. It can only be used once every 3 minutes globally and once every 10 minutes by each person. And I'm thinking about taking the global off and just making it once every 10 minutes per person. So again, that one person using it doesn't bar another person from using it because it's about inclusiveness. It's about making sure that everybody can access as much of my content as possible without any barriers. It's why I'll never make videos that are members only on my YouTube. It's why I won't ever make a section of the Discord a member only section of the Discord. It's why I won't do any of that stuff, because you have a better community when everybody can participate. And the same thing is true of video games. The reason the video games are not built that way is so that pay to win mechanics can suck those hardcore players in and make them have to compete with each other and spend more money. It is 100% about getting players to spend real money on the game, because it does not improve the overall game experience at all. It is 100% a manipulation of the hardcore gamers to get them to spend money, because if one person spends money, then they're slightly more powerful than you. Maybe your guild kicks you out so that they can join the guild because you've got a limited number of slots in your guild. So if you want back in your guild, you've got to spend a little more money to get in. You can't spend money in Albion besides a subscription, and every MMORPG has a sub. You can straight up buy gold in Albion Online for real money through the game. What do you mean you can only buy a subscription? You can straight up buy gold in that game, and then you convert it to silver, and then you just buy gear. And since your gear dictates your power, you can just straight up buy power in that game. I have no idea what you're talking about. To a certain degree, absolutely. That's 100% true. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. Power can be attained in multiple ways, right? Like solar energy and wind energy. You can pay for it, or you can be good. Or you can be both of those things, right? Imagine if you were good and you spent a bunch of money on the game. Backpack full? The hell are you talking about? Oh, that's what you're talking about. My backpack is full. But my point is that you have to spend, right? Because if you have player run communities doing all of the end game content, then you have to be within a certain tier of power to stay in those communities, right? If you've ever played, Call of Dragons, Rise of Kingdoms, anything like that, there's a power threshold that you have to be at to stay in those communities because there's a limit to how many people can be in a guild. And so if you fall, right, if you're the 101st power, then you get kicked for that 100th person, right? And if you want to get back into the community, then you either have to grind hard enough to overcome how much money that person is spending, or you have to spend enough money to be more powerful than them so that you can get back into your guild, so that you can get back to doing the content that you want. It's all a trick to get people to spend money, to compete with each other for who can spend more. It's insane. And a faction system would end that because you would no longer have to compete to access the content. If you got kicked out of your guild, it wouldn't matter. You could still play with your guild and do all of the content with your guild without having to catch up in power by spending money. So it wouldn't even matter. But not only that, you wouldn't even lose your spot because the guild wouldn't need to kick you. Because if they wanted to play with that other more powerful player who was slightly more powerful than you, then that player could just come and play with you because you're in the same faction. And they don't even have to kick you out of the guild for it. Because it's a more inclusive system by an obscene amount. I press G instead of H. There is no world at all, in which a video game that makes accessing content easier for more people, not beating content, right? The content can still be hard to beat. Accessing the content needs to be easy. Going and playing the content needs to be easy. Now, beating it can be as hard as you want, right? Maybe I go lose a bunch of times. But being able to get access to the content has to be easy. And there is no video game where barring players from content is ever going to be better than giving them access. Especially if part of the reason that they're being barred from content has to do with another player, right? It's fine for there to be content that requires me to be level 50 and I'm only level 40, and so I can't quite play that content yet, right? I've got to go get my level up a little bit before I can go play that content. That's fine. But if there's level 50 content out there and I'm level 50 and I can't play it because Jim Bob 47 said that I can't because he doesn't want me in his guild, that's totally different and insane. And it's insanely common. New World did it, Albion did it, EVE Online does it. EVE Online sort of solved the problem because I don't think there's a limit to guild size in EVE Online. So you sort of create player factions and they don't really care too much what you do. Sure, absolutely you can just look for another guild. But that is still a barrier to entry. Right? Your response to me saying that I want it to be easier to access content is that the barrier isn't that high. But so let's get a real world example. There are 2 post offices in my city. And for some reason, I am confined to a wheelchair. Whatever that reason may be. This is not true. I'm not actually confined to a wheelchair. I'm using it as an example. But say I'm confined to a wheelchair. And there are 2 post offices in my community. The one that's closest to me has a ramp. Right? And I can use my wheelchair. And this is the one that's closest to where I live. Right? So this is really, really convenient for me. The one that's closest to me has a ramp and I can access it. So that's content that I can get access to, even though I'm confined to a wheelchair. The one that's furthest from me, no. I can totally go in there. It's closest to me. I can get in. I use that post office all the time. I'm in there 3 times a week. Total access, totally wonderful. But there's another post office in my city that's on the other side of town that I almost never need to access. That doesn't have a ramp. It only has stairs. And I can't get in it because it only has stairs. Maybe I could throw rocks at the door until somebody came out and helped me up the stairs. That's a possibility. But that's a huge step, right? I got to get rocks. I got to throw them at the door. And then I have to wonder if maybe this person is going to come out and scream at me and maybe try and call the cops for destroying government property, for throwing rocks at the door of the government building, right? So do you think that it's okay to not install a ramp, right? Because the government is the system in this game, right? So why would the government not install a ramp at that other post office that I almost never need to get to, just on the off chance that I might need to use it one day? That is group content. The post office is a group content. That's where people go to do things. Lots of people, everybody, right? And I'm being barred from it for some arbitrary reason. And I might not ever need to use it, right? I might not ever want to use it. I might never be on that side of town. You know, I'm trying to make an example of why access is always better. Because it's always better to not have any barriers. Maybe the barrier for me to get up that stair is super, super easy. Okay, so let's say it's a group thing. So I need a group to access the post office because I can't use my own arms to wheel my way up. So I need at least 2 people, right? The number of people that I can group with to go up the post office with the ramp is drastically improved because it's easier for somebody to push me up the ramp, right? So I can group with anybody to get into that post office. But I can only group with people strong enough to pull my wheelchair up the stairs at the other post office. Right? You're limiting accessibility by creating a barrier that doesn't need to exist. Especially because people who are not bound to a wheelchair could just use a ramp. right? They don't need to use stairs. So you've now created a system that only has a barrier in my situation, which is fucking stupid. I gotta put y'all on a black screen real quick because I gotta reset my GeForce Now session. But that's what the MMOs are doing. They're creating a barrier because I'm not saying that I don't want to participate in group content. I'm totally fine to go and help a large group of people take out a world boss, right? I love Prime Wars. I go do Prime Wars in this game, and that's group content. And I don't mind sharing my resources with that group, right? If somebody needed some biomass missiles or something at the Prime War, I would chuck them some biomass missiles, right? It's fun to go and do stuff with people. I just don't want to be beholden to those people outside of that group content, right? I want to go. I want to meet the 50 people doing the world boss. I want to do my part. I want to play good. I want to try hard. I want to beat the world boss. And then I want those people to have no say in anything that goes on in my day beyond that point. I don't want them to contact me. I don't want them to anything. And that's totally reasonable. Right. They might say, come over here. We're going to do this boss at XXXX. But you are. Because you can't do the boss without your guild. There is always the threat of being kicked out of the guild. It's possible that when they ask you to come do the boss at XXXS, maybe I don't want to do it right that moment, right? Maybe I don't want to do it at that time. But if I don't go do it at that time, I run the risk of getting kicked. Maybe they won't kick me the first 5 times that I don't join in, but they might kick me on the 6th. It also means that there's a requirement, right? You need 50 people to do the boss. Right? So it takes 50 people to do the boss. Your guild only has 100, and you can only use the 100 people from your guild to do the boss, right? Because it's PvP content out in the open world. So you only have a pool of 100 people to choose from. So you have to have people who are going to show up, or nobody can do the boss. But in a faction system, there's 5,000 people in your faction, and you only need 50 of them to show up. You can put a message out in the faction chat and say, hey, I'm going to do the world boss right now. I need 49 people. And you can set that up in 5 minutes and have 50 people out of 5,000 there. But if you need 50 people out of 100, that takes days of planning. So not only are you creating a barrier to access for people who aren't in the guilds, you're also creating a barrier to access for the guilds. How is it more rewarding to take more time to set something up? What is it about the difficulty of getting the group together that makes the victory more rewarding? You're absolutely right. Organizing big events is not easy. But the value, the reward is the event, not the time it took to create the event. Would it be less if you organized a big event and it happened easily? Would you feel less rewarded? Right? If you were throwing a big party and you managed to get exactly the 100 people that you wanted to show up at the party to show up, and it only took you one day, would that feel less rewarding than getting all the people you wanted to show up in a week? Because if that's the case, then when people are trying to plan big events, they would just put up artificial barriers, right? If I was trying to plan a wedding, instead of just planning the wedding and making it easy, I would set up artificial challenges and barriers and stuff like that to myself that would just make it take longer, because then my wedding would feel more rewarding because it took me longer to get it all set up. Right? I would hire people to get in my way. There would be this crazy market for wedding interrupters, and they would tear up your wedding notebook or go and try and book your venue in front of you so that you didn't get your venue on the day that you wanted, so that you could have a more rewarding experience because it took you longer to set up your wedding. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Struggle doesn't have value. Not intrinsically. I mean, if it took a really short time and I did it perfectly, I would feel proud of myself. The time isn't a factor. Whether it takes me 5 minutes or 10 years, doing it perfectly is the reward. And so you can still have the really difficult setup, right? So in my situation, those two things are not mutually exclusive. In the system where you have to have a guild, you only have a pool of 100 people to get 50 people together and organized. But that pool of 100 people still exists in a faction system, right? They might be people in your guild, or they might just be the 100 best people on the server, or they might be all kinds of things. And so if you want to do a run on the open world boss that explicitly includes those 50 people instead of just any 50 people, you are not barred from doing that by the faction warfare system. You can still make it harder and specifically go schedule just those 50 people together so that you can do like a speed run or, an all-star run or whatever the fuck you want to call it. right? That doesn't just vanish because we've made things more accessible for everyone else. But the accessibility vanishes for everyone else when you make that the only way forward. If you have to do it with a guild, then it can only be that difficult. It can't be any easier. But if it's easier, it can be more difficult if you want to do something special and cool. And then you totally would get more reward out of it being harder, right? Because doing the all-star run, having the fastest time, doing all of that stuff absolutely would be rewarding. Not because it took longer to set up, but because you got to do this special thing on top of the thing. There is no reason for other players to be able to dictate content schedules to each other. Especially if it's not totally consensual, right? Because again, in this all-star run theory, all 50 of those people are consenting to have each other's schedules dictate the schedule for the run. But in a system where you always have to have a guild to do that content, then you're not consenting to have other people's schedules get in your run or get in the way of your run. That's just forced on you. That's just the way it is. There's no consent there. And you could say you're consenting by playing the game, but that's dumb. And again, the reason these systems, because it's very obvious, as far as I'm concerned, that more accessibility for more people is the better way to go. Right? I don't even question that. It is a fact as far as I'm concerned. And so with that in mind, the only reason I can think of to limit accessibility is to monetize accessibility. Because that's how you monetize a game with pay to win and pay for convenience mechanics. You create a problem and then you sell the solution. The problem is needing to join a guild to access that content. The solution is buying power so that that guild will want to allow you to join. It's very convoluted, but the more convoluted the problem and the solution are, the more people are going to pay it and fall for it without recognizing that they're being duped. It's all fucked up, is what I'm saying. How many more of these chests have I gotten? Like I've gotten very many of these chests. I feel like I've been distracted. Oh, it's because I only had one of the pros. That's what was confusing me. That makes sense. I've gotten 7 more chests. Well, that feels so much better. Ooh. Ooh. It's only a level 10. But check that out. Weak spot damage, max HP, weapon damage, great old one damage. It's too bad the HP is the one that's purple. That's some booty cheeks right there. If weak spot or weapon damage were the purple one on there, that'd be cray cray. Here's a level 12. We've got element damage, HP, elites, and normals. That's not really great. Here's a 10 with crit, status damage reduction, elites, and normals. That's bad. Here's a 12. Crit, elite, normal, and head damage reduction. Dang it. 10 with meh. Here's a 10 with meh. Oh, here's a 12. Again, pretty meh. Here's an 11. Element damage, max HP, elites, and great old ones. Man, if that max HP was just another DPS. Darn. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Phew. Old fat guy exploded. Help. I need somebody. Help. Not just anybody. Let me in. Want my chest. Chesty chest. Ooh, I'm almost to 1,000,000 energy links. What's up? Pop, pop, pop. Oh. Ba-da, ba-da. the weekend. No, not anymore. Let's get in here. Let's do some modding. I've been looking for some action, and it's out there somewhere. We were on these legs. Yeah, we were on these legs. We get some precision legs. Would be a thing. See, what do we got? That one can go. That one can go. That one can go. Need 9s. I don't care pretty much about any of the 9. I have any melee 9s? I don't think I do. We got... Oh, that's a 7. Here's a 9. Ooh. That's actually not half bad. Alright, give me something good. Weak spot, elites, normals, headshot damage reduction. That is not good at all. At least it's tier 11. So we're gonna get that tier 11. Use this tier 12. We need one more tier 11. That one's good enough. Oop. Now we need a tier 9. 2 more tier 9s. Let's use something other than these cold ones, because these are the mask mods that I've been getting. So maybe let's go over, yeah, to like some of these. That one can totally go. That one could totally go. Weak spot, weapon, HP. Oh, normal enemies. No, so close. If that had been weak spot, weapon, great old ones, I'd have even taken the max HP. I still kind of feel okay about this. Let's lock it, because that's still a level 11. Pretty solid. We'll lock that bad boy. That one we can use. That one we can use. That one we can use. Rock some 9s in here. Weak spot, weapon damage, old ones. Oh. That's pretty good. We'll lock that one. That one we can go ahead and use. Hit. Weapon, nope. Nope. Weak spot, great ones. Damage reduction, normal. Dang it. Another 11, though. I am getting my butt kicked by this. Just give me what I want. Yep, that can go. Alright, I'm gonna need another 11. Drop 2 9s here. Then we need an 11 and a 9. What do we get? Definitely. Or I guess I could have put 2 10s. Normal weapon damage. Ooh. Ooh. That's the one right there. Weak spot, normal enemies, weapon damage, great old one damage. We got a little hosed on the distribution, but we are locking that. We're tearing that up right now. That is a mod right there. All right. It is a tier 11, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It is. So one off of the potential max. Okay. Don't get any normal, right? 3 here, 2 here. That's okay. No. Okay. Wow. Game. Just wow. That's still a very good mod, and I'm still going to end up using it. But holy crap, dude. That was, I mean, literally the worst that could have rolled. Can I undo this? Can I unenhance a mod and then re-enhance it to get a different roll? Is that a thing? Guess not. Oh, I'm so depressed now. I kind of want to go ahead and do this one too. Just because the weapon damage and the weak spot damage are both there. And while normal enemies is kind of dookie, uh, these nightmare silos, it might actually be useful. So, yeah, let's go ahead and level this one up too, see what happens. Of course. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Give me a damage. Hey, that's okay. I would have preferred weak spot, but weapon damage is okay. I actually think these end up doing more damage. Let's see, that's a total of 13.2 on everything, which would include great old ones. And this one gets 8, 9, and 6. 14%. No, 15%. Okay. So this is 1.8% better against bosses than the other one. Okay, not bad. I'm going to keep both of those. Those will both have some sort of a potential use, probably. Now let's go back and do some more conversions, because mod converting is freaking fun. Holy crap. Don't need that. Elemental status. Status damage reduction. That's actually probably okay. Blah, 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 blah. That one goes away. Oh no. How did I pick violent? Actually, let's pick a different mod to go for. I think I'm pretty happy with those two mods as they are. I think those are really, really high tier. So, I mean, that's going to give me 15% damage against great old ones on my snipers. That's pretty. Um, so let's look at. Ooh, here we go. Weak spot boost mod with vision. Yeah, that's definitely going to be positive. Oh. Do these ones also have to be? No. Okay, I must have just used more mods than I thought. Weak spot, HP, weapon damage, great old ones. Ooh, that's a really good one, actually. We're going to mark that one as keeping. Oh, right. The reason I didn't think that one was great is because the HP is the purple. That's right. Hmm. Weak spot. Nope, that one can definitely go. That one can definitely go. And that one can definitely go. So now I need one more 10 and an 11. We got here. That one can definitely go. Crit, weapon damage, HP, elites. Actually might hang on to that one. And that one can go. Right, that's 61. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Heard it. Weak spot, great old one, weapon damage, HP. That's another just really, really mod. So primarily, the things that I'm most concerned about are PvP and killing bosses. Those are the two hardest things in the game. Killing elite enemies is fairly easy. Killing normal enemies really easy, especially if you're going to be using a sniper rifle. That's just the way it is. Killing bosses is always going to be the thing that takes up the most of your time. And so that's the mod that I'm looking for is Great Old. So now I have 3 damage mods in here. The Great Old ones, basically. Now the HP mod being the purple isn't great, but this is also a tier 12 mod, which is awesome. So we're actually going to go level that one up. Make the freak meow. This one? Yeah. So we only really can possibly lose one buff to the HP, right? Hey, what's up, Melissa Ann? Happy Sunday. How are you? Let's. Ooh, there we go. Weapon damage. Oh, we lost the one that we were going to lose. That's too bad. That means everything else is going to be a bonus here. That's awesome. That's so awesome. So that other one was giving us 15% increased damage. The great old ones. This one's going to give us 10.8, 16.8. So another 1.8% damage. And this bonus to HP, while I don't really care about HP for PvE, I mean, 6% HP is nothing to sneeze at. So that, oh man, that's a really great mod. We're going to keep that one locked. Sure. And that's a great mod for any weak spot. Right? So shrapnel weak spot, any sniper. I mean, when you're fighting bosses, a lot of times you're just hitting weak spots. So really positive mod there. That's going to go on a lot of stuff. Hell, that might go on this build. Ooh, I'm so happy. Well, that gives us a good weak spot glove. We got good weak spot glove. We got good weak spot legs. Let's see about some boots. Weapon and stamina damage. Melee weapon status damage plus 10. When HP is above 90%, grants 10% additional damage. For PvP, I think that one's great. For PvE, probably not so much. Because I am just going to lose hit points. Secluded Strike. Oh, okay. This is the sniper one right here. Having no enemies within 7 meters around you grants plus 15% weapon and status damage. Absolutely. So for clearing, it is only 7 meters, right, which is not very far. But for clearing silos and bosses and stuff, that might end up not being great. But we're going to do it anyway. Definitely going. Let's see. Is this a mask mod? Keep that one from now. Definitely going. Definitely going. Definitely going. Whoops. Now we need 11s and a 12 or a 10. Yeah, so if we put a 10 in here, we got to get 2 12s. But that's fine. We can get 2 12s. We surely have 2 12s that I don't need in here somewhere. That one. And actually that one. All right, we got weak spot, great old ones, normal, and weapon damage reduction. So that's an 11 right there. Don't think I want to keep that one. Because the normal enemies and the weapon damage reduction don't really jive. I would keep the normal enemies if this was also just flat weapon damage. But also, having the blue here instead of at least on this one just really hurts that mod. So we're not going to keep that one. We're going to make another secluded strike here. We're going to get rid of the one we just made. So that's an 11. We put 3 9s. 1. Probably going to keep that one. 2. 3 9s. So we need one more 11 and one 12. That can definitely go. Damage against elites, lower HP weapon damage, lower HP elemental damage, lower HP damage. So weak spot and elemental don't really mix. So I don't really think that this is a great mod. Weak spot, elite, weapon damage reduction. Oh, that's even worse than the last one. But that is a level 12, so that's nice to just drop my 12 in there. Then a 9. And then if we finish this out with 4 10s, we're good. 10, 10. We might go ahead and keep that one. Crit damage, weapon damage, great old one damage. I don't know if Frost Vortex really mixes well with crit. I'll have to, well, no, it doesn't mix well with weapon damage either. So that one definitely could go. Weak spot, great old ones, reload speed, elites. Okay, so this one I'm kind of on the fence about. So this is a level 11 mod, but I got the purple on the weak spot and the blue on the great old. So I'm already at 10.8 here. Reload speed can be beneficial. And elite enemies, a lot of bosses spawn elites. So I don't hate these two mods. They're not really what I'm looking for. If this was replaced with flat weapon damage, I would literally be jumping up and down right now. But I think that's good enough that we go level it up and see how we fared. Okay. The elites is better than the reload speed, I think. Nice. Got the weak spot to legendary. Give me great old ones. Okay, if I hit this great old ones again, I'm gonna squeal. Oh, no squeals today. All right, so that's only 13.8% to great old ones. It's also another 15% to elite. So that's pretty solid damage. I think we keep that one. Lock it up. All right. What do our life forces look like? Getting a really good life force mod could go a long way. Don't really have any great life force. We could do a mod conversion. I prefer the life force on my chess pieces because I just don't care about the rest of these defensive things. Right? Like they're so weird and I don't like them. I guess when using a healing shot, movement speed plus 20%, refills magazine from the inventory to 100%. Like I guess this one I could get some bonus out of. Or even this one I could get some. Actually, yeah, let's do that. I feel like this is probably because I die a lot when I'm healing because I'm stupid and I forget. Ooh, I don't have enough of these. Interesting. But if I do it here, I don't. Oh, do I just straight up not have enough precision mods anymore? Holy cow, I just straight up don't have enough precision mods anymore. I guess that means no more modding for me. Also means go to the other character and put these mods on. I want to go over here to our 142 character. I just want to see real quick. My build for this character isn't outstanding right now, but it does have full mods equipped to it that are mostly about doing the damage that I'm looking to do. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to put a dummy down and I'm just going to kind of one time, one magazine see how much damage we potentially added to our build here. To do that, I need to go get the thing for the dummy here. Okay. Let's build one of these. Ah. And then we're just going to go. We have all tier 5 equipment, right? Going to stay at the calibration that we're at. Not going to change anything else. Go for headshots. We've got a 6-round magazine. Everything has mods on. Okay, so we're in the good position that we've been in so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We missed one explosion there. Oh, and I forgot to shoot the 6th bullet. Okay, whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 16K and about 100K in a magazine. One shot, you're looking at... Oh, that was one shot without explosion. Let's try and get a shot with the explosion. Alright, one shot with the explosion from fairly close. We're looking at about 14K. Now, I do want to kind of mark this spot. I should have been a little more careful about it, but it's kind of right here next to this little rock set. I think I can find that again. Oh, I don't have to move, actually. I'm just changing mods. So we had new pants mod. That's it right there. I think we had new gloves mod. That's it right there. We had new boots mod. Drop a soda or something if you want to mark it. Ah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I forgot that I didn't actually have to move, but thank you. I appreciate it. Weak spot, great ones. Reload normals. Okay. So just these 3 mods. Let's first take a look at just the single shot damage. Okay, we're already up without the explosion by about 1.5K. With the explosion, we're up to 14. That's actually pretty similar. That's strange. Wow. So adding the weak spot damage, I guess I should have figured that. Weak spot damage adds to the unstable bomber damage, but I probably should have been, this is a gulped lore. I think I've made terrible mistakes. I kind of forget that I was using a gulped lore, and it is based more on crit damage and status and elemental damage. Kind of an idiot. We've made terrible mistakes. Alas, alas. Oh no. That's terrible. I mean, those mods are still good. Those mods will still go on a Black Panther build. Those mods will still go on even the machine gun build. Secluded Strike isn't really that bad, even for the machine gun, because the accuracy of the weapons is fairly good. But, yeesh. damage. So from really far away, my one-shot damage with this weapon should be pretty good. See, this is 62 meters. Let's get close enough that I can see this from at least 40 meters. Come on. Need to be able to see my freaking... Are you kidding me right now? I need to be able to shoot this. I want to shoot it at the longest range possible and see what the difference is, because I was at about 20 meters before. So from 40 meters, I need to get just a little further here. Probably enough. We were getting 14 before, and that one was 17. So, oh, actually a little over 18, all combined. So about 4K more on 14K is about 25% more damage than I was getting from shooting here, which is right at about 20 meters, so I'm just barely getting my bonus. So it should have been right at 20% increased weak spot. Pretty good deal. Pretty good deal. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's probably about that time. We're coming up on the 7-hour mark. I actually never stopped to eat today. Because I was just having a really good time farming those mods and running that quick little run there. And I am friggin' hungry. I need to get a little something in my belly. And yeah, so I think we're just going to call it for the day. Thank you everybody for coming by. We had a really great stream today. Lots of conversation going on. Lots of fun mod gathering going on. Just generally, I felt like I was in a much more positive frame of mind today than normal. And that is mostly down to you all. You know, being able to respond to lots of people talking, keeping me awake. You know, normally I kind of start to drag at about the 3 or 4 hour mark, and that didn't really seem to happen today. So thank you all very much for that. I appreciate you helping me keep up the tempo. We'll be back tomorrow. I woke up at about 8 today. Got started streaming a little after that. I think. Yeah, it was about 9-ish when I started streaming. Instead of the 5 o'clock in the morning that we were doing before. And I actually kind of liked that better. I think my body liked that better. I think 3 a.m. might be a little too early in the morning to be trying to wake up. So we might stick with that more 9-ish time. And that'll let us extend things into the afternoon a little further, which I think will be better for a lot of the viewers that we already have. So yeah, we're just going to keep trying some different things, making sure that we get the most out of our streams as much as we can every day. So again, thanks a lot. I hope everybody had a good weekend and has a great day. And I will see you all tomorrow on the next one.